More aggressive.
Okay, you ready? Here's the list.
Yeah.
All right, so after Stan Van Gundy, we had Jacques Vaughn, James Borrego, he was just an interim coach, Scott Skiles, Frank Vogel, Steve Clifford, and then Jamahl Mosley.
Okay.
6 coaches in the last
coaches since Amy
7
has been
years.
here. Okay. Well, and now we'll have 7. Lucky number 7.
Yes, I like that. Have a good rest of your day, everybody.
Welcome to you in chat.
Awesome. Sounds good.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're tracking the breaking news this morning that the Orlando Magic have fired head coach Jamahl Mosley after 5 seasons, several early exits from the playoffs, and then a collapse after the team was up 3-1 in the series against the Pistons. We've got a statement in from Jeff Weltman, the Orlando Magic president of basketball operations, this morning in the announcement that Coach Mosley was fired, saying, "We're grateful to Jamahl for all he's done for the Orlando Magic. We appreciate his leadership and the positive contributions he made as head coach. While this was a difficult decision, we feel it's time for a new voice and fresh perspective. We wish Jamahl and his family nothing but the best." So now, the big question is, what is the future of this team, and what might a head coaching search look like as well as we look to turn the page, but also looking at the steps forward that this Magic team has had over the past couple of years. So joining us live now to put all of this in perspective and break down all these different angles with us, we've got Jonathan Osborne, who is founder and host of The Sixth Man Show, and Kevin Tucker, co-host and producer of The Sixth Man Show, an Orlando Magic podcast. Guys, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus. He was fired, saying, "We're grateful."
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All he's done for the
course.
Orlando Magic. Guys, I want to give a live look right now at the Kia Center, where the home of the Magic, and we're expecting to likely hear from some team leadership coming up today about this decision. But obviously, just want to start by getting your initial thoughts, guys, to the news today. I know this is something that certainly comes as no surprise, but Jonathan, let's start with you. Your initial thoughts to the news this morning.
Yeah, it definitely came a little bit quicker than I think we expected. I thought, maybe we would get an exit interview from Jamahl Mosley today, and then maybe get the news later this afternoon or tomorrow. But initial thoughts are really that this is definitely a needed day, but it's a sad day for the Magic. First and foremost, we're just so grateful for Jamahl Mosley, coming in at a time where this team really needed some leadership and getting them headed in the right direction, and he provided that through the culture that he helped cultivate here, and establish a standard of playing hard, defending, never giving up, all of those kind of things. But at this point, we felt pretty early in the season that this was most likely where things were headed, that it was time for a new voice to get this team where they need to go to get to the next step. But at the same time, just eternally grateful for the time that Coach Mosley had here in Orlando.
Kevin, what's on your mind this morning as this news comes in? Your initial thoughts and reaction?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a mixed bag of emotions because, like Jonathan said, I also am super grateful for Mosley's impact on the team, on the franchise. You got to remember 5 years ago when he was brought in, this was a pivotal time for the franchise. We had just moved on from a different era of players. If you remember Nikola Vucevic, Evan Fournier, Aaron Gordon, on and on and on, right? And so as we turn into this new era of Magic basketball, they needed someone to lead through that, but especially lead such a young core. And Jamahl Mosley was absolutely the right move in that moment to be able to get these guys to rally around an identity behind defense and physicality and playing really, really hard. And the guys bought into that. And so what I'll always appreciate for him or from him was he led the team in such a way where guys wanted to play for the Magic, right? Like in years past, it felt like some guys were just there for the paycheck. Jamahl Mosley inspired the team to want to work hard for the city of Orlando. And so I always appreciate that. But like Jonathan said, it felt like this season was kind of the end of that run. Maybe it felt like he kind of lost his voice in the locker room which is always a very tough, borderline impossible thing to bounce back from. So as we saw that over the course of this season, the identity started to slip. And then, it led us to where we are today. So I'm grateful for Mosley's time in Orlando, certainly, but it is time, I think, for a new voice.
We had talked during, the season about it seemed like Mosley was likely on the hot seat. And then this playoff series started. The Magic were up 3-1 on the Pistons, and it had me thinking, at least, well, you know what? Maybe if the Magic win this series, maybe he does keep the job. And then, we know what has happened since with the collapse, from a 24-point lead to a 14-point loss, and then the loss in Detroit last night. What role do you think this playoff series played in kind of, was this the final nail in the coffin? Was this just kind of further confirmation that this was the choice to make? What do you make of what we just saw over the past few days, and what factor that may have played in this?
Yeah, I think the final nail in the coffin is really the best way to put it, but there were definitely multiple nails driven into that coffin throughout the season. Watching these games all year long, how many times were the Magic up 15, 20 points in a game that they should win comfortably, only to have to squeak it out at the very, very end? You think to the massive loss, the franchise record-setting loss to the Raptors, a couple of months ago, which on our show we said if there's any time to do it, if you're going to move on from Jamahl Mosley, this is as good a time as any. And then you go on a little bit of a streak there, but then you finish the regular season with the loss to the Celtics, which were sitting basically all of their guys. What felt like a do-or-die game against Philadelphia in the play-in game. You don't show up in that one. But then, the team goes on this run, has everybody believing again. And then, they kind of turn back into that proverbial pumpkin, right, to end the season where the offense just stalls. And it was kind of the most poetic way for the Magic season to end, where they go on this streak, they get you believing again, and then all of a sudden the offense stalls in a quite historic fashion in Game 6, and then stalls yet again outside of Paolo Banchero in Game 7. So for me, at least, this postseason run should not have changed this decision one way or another. For me, this is a fitting and inevitable end to the Mosley chapter.
We do have our poll question up. We are wanting folks to chime in on what you think might be most to blame for the Magic kind of blowing that 3-1 lead in the playoffs. Folks can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen too. Was it Franz's injury, which we know set him for a couple of the pivotal games in that? Was it coaching, players not performing, or was Detroit just the better team? We want to know. Votes are coming in right now, so we'll leave that up as well, so folks can make their voices heard in this. Guys, let's talk a little about as well, though, because Jamahl Mosley does deserve some credit for what he did in the 5 years here with the Orlando Magic. Kind of taking, really taking some steps forward for this team. What were some of the good things that he did in his tenure that you'll remember and that will leave an impact on this team even as they look ahead to hiring a new coach?
Yeah, I'd say, the first and foremost thing is just an identity. This team, like we mentioned, was starting over pretty much when Jamahl Mosley was brought in, and this team needed an identity. It needed a voice to kind of latch onto, and Jamahl Mosley was that. And so I cannot overstate how difficult it is to take a young group, which, remember, 5 years ago, when Jamahl Mosley came in here, we're talking guys that are now in their mid-20s and their early 20s or late teens, right? To be able to take a group like that and motivate them to such a level that he did is worth praise. But then even statistically, you think about how the team improved over the long haul of the 5 years. Now, the last couple of years, not so much necessarily, but, peaking in the 2003-24 season with 47 wins, you go to the playoffs for the first time in many years, and you take the Cleveland Cavaliers to 7 games in your first time doing it. So all of that, very impressive. Also brought about a lot of great memories. Orlando Magic basketball was really tough for about a little over a decade, between Dwight Howard and this current era. But, the last several years, we've had some really special moments and some things that I'll never forget. But at the end of the day, it's all about winning, and the Magic just haven't quite done enough of that in the last couple of years. And so I think that's kind of why we are where we are today.
Where do you think things went wrong? How did things get sideways? What led to, us being in this spot where we say, a new voice, a new leader is needed?
Yeah, I think it started pretty early on in the season. It felt like where the team starts 1-4, the team just isn't feeling quite the same as they had in previous years in terms of that defensive standard and the will to play and compete and be physical with other teams. And then things really started to go sideways when Franz Wagner went out with the injury in early December. And a few weeks after that, Kevin and I were having conversations on the podcast of something is just not right with the feel and the vibe of this team. And, how much longer can this go on before front office ownership steps in and dismisses Jamahl Mosley? We thought that might be as early as maybe December or January. And the team would win at kind of just the right moment for long enough to kind of push that out further and further. But for me, if you look at Paolo Banchero's post-game interview from last night when he was asked, what does this team have to do to get to the next level? And he described just building an atmosphere where losing is not acceptable, where basically people don't feel comfortable in the building. I'm paraphrasing his quote, but where people have to be on their P's and Q's because greatness is the standard. And losing in the first round is not acceptable. It's not good enough. For me, that speaks to a little bit of what we might hear as time goes on and more information comes out about Jamahl Mosley's final year here and his firing. It does seem like that maybe just some of the players were not being held accountable enough, to a certain extent. And that wears on your best players over time whose expectations are to be great and are to win games. And it did feel like Jamahl Mosley's voice, for whatever reason, throughout the season, started to lose its effectiveness with this team. And I think you can get a lot from Paolo Banchero's post-game presser last night.
The news has also broke that Jeff Weltman, the president of basketball operations, had signed an extension. So it appears now he will be leading the search for this new head coach. Your thoughts on that news as well?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. First off, interesting that, it was kind of kept under the radar because apparently this happened during the season. And so it's interesting not to make that announcement. Typically teams, would announce those kinds of extensions. The Orlando Magic are sometimes not typical when it comes to, publicizing certain, contracts and things like that. But that news came out today, and that's going to be interesting. This is a vital hire. Like the front office, Jeff Weltman and company have to get this right. Not just for, the well-being of the team and success and all that kind of stuff, but for the long-term standing of some of the franchise guys like a Paolo Banchero and a Franz Wagner. Like they are entering the window of their prime. And so they have to get a coach that can maximize that and maximize the potential that those two and, the other guys on the roster have. And so they have to get this right. And this is something you can't get wrong. And if they do get it wrong, it'll cost them their jobs as well eventually. But for now, like you said, they are the ones that are gonna lead this coaching search, and fingers crossed that they can get it right this time.
Does that shift some increased pressure now to Jeff Weltman now that Coach Mose is gone, and this is going to be kind of his show right now?
I definitely think it does. I do want to give Jeff Weltman and his team credit. The last two coaching hires when they needed someone to come in and help that kind of last era of Magic basketball, the Vucevic, Aaron Gordon, Evan Fournier teams. When they hired Steve Clifford, he was the perfect coach at the perfect time for that team. And then when it was time to shift away from Steve Clifford and usher into this kind of new rebuilding phase that the Magic have, finally started to get out of that phase. But when they needed a head coach to lead that era, they found the perfect coach at the perfect time with Jamahl Mosley. So I do understand fans maybe frustrations and some criticism with Jeff Weltman and his team, but I do think they have earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to hiring the next coach here. So I certainly feel that they will have some pressure. I think they had a lot of pressure on their shoulders heading into last offseason. And I think for the most part, people are very happy with the Desmond Bane trade and would agree that that was the right move at the right time. So in the last couple of off seasons, when Jeff Weltman has had to get things right, for the most part, he has. Now, needs to do a little bit better job of making the smaller moves around the margins to help improve the rest of this roster and build a real winner around Paolo, around Franz, around Desmond Bane. But it does feel like he's earned the right to do that.
When we're talking about the next coach of the Orlando Magic, is it Billy Donovan or bust? Or what do you think this search process is like?
Not for me. I'm not into the idea of Billy Donovan. First off, if we have any Magic historians out there, he had his chance to be Orlando Magic head coach back in 2007 and decided it wasn't for him. So I'm out on Billy Donovan. But for me, ultimately, it comes down to, I personally would like to see someone who's had some level of success in the NBA. Not that Billy Donovan necessarily hasn't had any success, because he's had some good seasons, but on the whole, he hasn't actually been that terrific in the NBA, both in Oklahoma City and in Chicago. For me, I'd like to see a guy who's been there and done that, who's been places where this current group of guys on the roster have not been, has had deep playoff runs. All of the guys on this roster, except for a couple guys who weren't here, this whole last era, have never been outside of the first round. And so I'm looking for a coach with experience, could be as a head coach, but could also be as a lead assistant on a really, really good team that has proven success. So me personally, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a coach that's been there, done that, and can lead this roster to new heights, to places that many of them have never been before.
What about you, Jonathan? What's your take on that? What are you looking for?
I'm pretty much lockstep with Kevin in that regard. Somebody who's proven to be part of a good coaching staff that is maybe not gotten all the way, but has had more postseason success. We've seen guys hired from the maybe not the head coaching seat, but one or two over across the league who have stepped in and have had good success in the past. Billy Donovan, to me, I don't think is the move. I do think he is someone that could come in and set a new standard and maybe a higher level of accountability, which maybe this team needs. But to me, you just cannot get this next coaching hire wrong. And I don't know if he's the guy necessarily.
Well, and, you talk about roster construction as well. Is it enough just to hire a new coach, or does there also have to be some additional work on the makeup of this team?
I definitely think there does. We had talked really, all of December and most of January leading up to the trade deadline of how, for whatever reason, where the Magic's bench had been a strength in previous seasons, it was a mortal weakness, especially in this one. When you look at the playoffs and the way that went down, the Magic were begging for any of the guys off the bench to come in and give a significant contribution outside of maybe Anthony Black. And I think it was game 5 where he had 17 or 19 off the bench. The Magic just never really got that to a consistent level. And can you really remake this entire team given the contract situation and your lack of draft picks after the Desmond Bane trade? Probably not. But I do think there are smaller moves that can be made around the margins. I do think there's an opportunity out there to upgrade the starting center position, backup center position, probably as well. I think we probably needed more out of Goga Batadze this season and in the playoff run. And then you have to ask like real questions. Like, yes, we have young guys that we believe in terms of Anthony Black, Tristan Da Silva, the rookies, Noah Penda, Jace Richardson. But if you're really trying to, win now with this team, I think they also could use just getting some veterans in the mix who are proven, who have been there, who have playoff experience, that can kind of speak confidence into the younger stars on this team when things aren't going that well. And there does come a time with a young team who's building hopefully towards contention where you have to weigh the young guys that you really like, that you see potential in, versus bringing in guys who can get it done. So I think there's a lot of things that can be done to help bolster the entire team, not necessarily the bench, but also improve the starting unit a little bit.
I want to get both of your takes on this question here. What is the biggest challenge facing whoever comes in as the next head coach, or what does that next head coach need to do, maybe differently? Or what do you see as kind of the biggest question facing whoever becomes the next head coach of the Magic?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest thing is going to be figuring out an offensive identity. This team had no problem figuring out a defensive identity under Jamahl Mosley. I don't want to say no problem. This year, there were some problems, right? But the previous few years, this was a very strong defensive unit. Offensively, it has been woeful for years. And that's why, if you look back to Game 6 on Friday, the second half collapse, as historic as it was, which it wasn't necessarily a surprise to those of us who've watched this team, 95 times this season or however many games they've played, because they've been on stretches where the offense just could not do anything. And so that to me is the biggest challenge for whomever ends up in this coaching seat, is they've got to figure out a new way to utilize Paolo and Franz and everyone around them offensively that is efficient and can actually compete and not go on these horrible droughts like we saw many times this season where the team couldn't buy a bucket for many, many minutes at a time. And so that's the biggest challenge. The good thing is I think there's a lot of pieces there that can be helpful for that. Paolo and Franz are legitimate, 1A and 1B players on any, good franchise. I think they're that good. And then Desmond Bane is obviously a terrific piece to add to that as well. And so the pieces are there, but the coach does have their work cut out for them, figuring out how to utilize them all to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. Heading into last year's offseason, Jeff Weltman, he talked about how in order for this team to get better offensively, they're probably going to have to sacrifice a little bit defensively. They did sacrifice a little bit defensively in terms of the personnel of this team. But this team, which I believe finished the regular season 15th in defensive rating after being third in the league a season ago, there should not have been that much of a drop-off. But bringing in a new head coach that can instill new offensive ideas and a new scheme rather than the Jamahl Mosley offense was essentially just read and react, which ends up in guys like Jamal Cain having the ball in his hands when he should not in a playoff series, or Tristan Da Silva taking a contested three at the end of the shot clock rather than running plays and sets to get your best players in positions where they can take advantage of mismatches and take advantages of the spots that they like to shoot from on the floor. To me, that's really going to be the biggest difference, hopefully, in adding a new coach, is being able to take advantage of your best players and their strengths and optimizing them, which in turn should optimize the rest of the roster.
Last thing here before I let you guys go, the future of Jamahl Mosley. We've seen reports that maybe the Pelicans are interested, maybe some other teams. Do you think he'll have trouble finding another job, or do you think he'll be behind the bench for another team next season?
It may not be this season, but I would be surprised if it was any longer than a year or so. I'm very confident that Jamahl Mosley is going to get another opportunity, as he should. If I had to handpick a head coach for a young rebuilding team that needs an identity, I really don't think you could find many coaches better suited to do that than Jamahl Mosley. And over time, I think he can grow into being more than that. I think, potentially in the future, he could be the kind of coach that we're talking about that the Magic need right now. And we wanted it to be Jamahl Mosley. We wanted Jamahl Mosley to end up being the coach of the Orlando Magic for 15 years with multiple titles, being the winningest coach in Magic history, because he is that good of a person. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way, but I do not think it's going to be too long before he has his next opportunity.
Right, Jonathan Osborne and Kevin Tucker from the Sixth Man Show and Orlando Magic podcast. I really appreciate you all joining us today. It's been good talking with you, and would love to chat again with you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here, I want to pull up the poll again. Get in your vote, fox35orlando.com/vote, scan the QR code. What do you think is most to blame for the Magic's playoff collapse? You can vote here. Was it the injury to Franz? Was it coaching, players not performing, or were the Pistons just flat out the better team? We want to know what you think. Let us know. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I tell you what, this little bit of a cool kind of break we have from the heat's been kind of nice.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be short-lived this week.
Of course.
Very short-lived. So we had a little bit of rain on Saturday, and now we're getting into a lot of heat by the middle of the week. Let's get right to the maps. It's all thanks to this hot area of high pressure. Another one coming off of the Mexican plateau, crossing the Gulf into the Caribbean, and setting us firmly under its heat dome, which means that we'll go from the low 80s to the mid 90s this week. And what does that mean for this big outdoor event with tens of thousands of people? Welcome to Rockville. It's Thursday through Sunday. Keep in mind, most of the headliner bands don't start till 10 p.m., so it'll be cooler. But there's a lot of action going on with the gates opening at 11 every day, which means a lot of folks will be there during the heat of the day. We'll be in the 90s Thursday, mid 80s for the weekend. The sea breeze will make it feel a little cooler there while it's really hot inland. But there could be a couple of thunderstorms. Hopefully the sea breeze keeps those storms west of Daytona International Speedway, where the event will be held in the infield. But that's always a big event, always weather impacted, because this time of year you either get a major heat wave or a major rainstorm. In this case, it's going to be the heat wave side of things. Well, it'll rain in South Florida this afternoon, and there could be a few sprinkles across Central Florida tomorrow as that warm air moves in. Overall, it's just going to be a hot and mainly dry week. Our next chance for rain comes in on Saturday night into Sunday with either a weak front or maybe even just sea breeze driven storms. But from now till Friday, there's our forecast rainfall map, little if any locally. So there will be a 20% chance for shower tomorrow. Nothing like even what we saw Saturday with that rain. This will just be a few showers. Then up to 93 on Wednesday. So it'll be 11 degrees warmer between today and Wednesday. Then up to 95 Thursday. And optimistically, with the clouds coming down and a few showers, we've knocked it down to about 90 or so for Friday through Sunday. But it looks like this heat may be here to stay for May. This is the time of year it starts to warm up. Our typical high is 87. So it starts to make sense when you see temperatures around 90 or so. That's not aggressively above normal. That's within kind of the normal 3 to 5 degree up and down we face with weather systems every week. So it's going to get hot. The humidity usually holds off, the really dependably deep tropical humidity, that air you can wear where it just feels muggy, until about the last week of May. But it also surges in just like that. And once that begins, we really start to get into the rainy season, where we'll have the daily onslaught of afternoon showers and storms, which we need for the drought because we've only had a little bit of rain.
Yeah, we know that that drought has been so stubborn.
It has been.
Just hard to break, hard to really see a whole lot of improvement.
Well, we saw, or if you remember early last week, it looked like we were going to have like 3 or 4 inches of rain. Everybody was excited. Wow, 3 inches of rain. And then by the end of the week, it looked like it was only going to be a tenth or so, maybe a half inch. And we saw between 0.1 and 0.5 inches, so it fell right within that threshold of the updated forecast. But sadly, we need about 15 inches more to get through this. But it'll happen on a long enough timeline.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett. Have a good afternoon.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk some theme park happenings here. We know there was some big news over the weekend with Big Thunder Mountain Railroad reopening at Magic Kingdom. Big crowds out there again today. A lot of anticipation over that ride reopening, and that's just the start of what we are talking about today. So we're going to bring in Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude, joining us live now via Zoom. And Drew, I know you and I have talked quite a bit about Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I know this is something you were looking forward to. Did you get a chance to ride it yesterday?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for so long. It's kind of bittersweet to finally have the end of this chapter. But hey, I guess that's the good thing because now the ride's open. And yeah, I was out of Magic Kingdom yesterday for a few hours, got to go on it multiple times and kind of take everything in, all these updates, as it was closed for 16 months. So I figured now's the time to talk about it, and also some really wholesome Make-A-Wish stuff that Disney is doing as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, because I know you were so dedicated as well that I saw on your social media you had waited, a couple days before. You camped out there all day waiting to see if there was a soft opening for it.
Yeah, on May 1st, I was at Magic Kingdom, like right when the park opened. They took down the construction walls. I'm like, all right, I'm going to kind of, let's see if they soft open the ride, because whenever the walls come down and, we have all that ride testing and the effects turn on, my radar kind of peaks. But unfortunately, after spending all day at the park, the ride didn't open. But the good news is now it's officially open. So if you go to Magic Kingdom, you'll be able to go on Big Thunder. And there's so many updates here, and kind of just wanted to offer like an objective take on what's happened, like what's actually changed. There's also been some confusion. Is the ride slower? None of this stuff is true by any means. So I figured we could do a deep dive into just about everything following this major refurbishment.
Yeah, talk to us about what the experience is like, what is different, how the ride is now, and what people should know.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing here is that it's majorly a quality of life update. You look at Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, it's been around for decades. So Walt Disney World said, hey, we need to invest the time, money, and effort into making this attraction reliable for decades to come, so it can quite literally operate into the future. And also the fact that it's literally connected to the future of Magic Kingdom. Right next door, you have massive construction underway on Piston Peak, that new Cars area, and the Disney Villains Land down the road. So when you're thinking about the amount of people that are going to be walking through the back of Magic Kingdom, 2029, 2030, Big Thunder really is a massive part of this puzzle. So the new track replacement, the brand new ride vehicles, all this stuff, that's a lot of money that they spent to make Big Thunder operate. And then on top of that, we have lots of new paint, pretty much top to bottom throughout the entire attraction, upgraded show scenes. As this attraction storyline, they kind of enhanced it. They went much deeper than before. And the mountain itself is kind of a character and a live force within the storyline, as the history of Big Thunder Mountain, it does not want us taking its gold. That's why these mine cars are kind of runaway trains. It's because the mountain's kind of been abandoned and we're kind of exploring it, but the mountain does not want us there by any means. So you kind of see these rainbow caverns transform to a more ominous vibe. The finale is now filled with gold, kind of teasing us, but we can't actually get to it. So across the board, it's objectively awesome, but I do feel kind of back and forth on the actual on-ride experience now.
Why is that?
Well, that's because it's very smooth. So if you think about Big Thunder Mountain before, right, you kind of had that crazy wildest ride in the wilderness vibe. Well, now with the brand new track and the ride vehicles, it is running better than it ever has, even when it opened back in Magic Kingdom decades ago. So it's just a big adjustment to have a smooth Big Thunder Mountain experience rather than, that kind of craziness that we had before. But again, everything is an objective upgrade. I don't want to come across as like, this is a horrible update, because the Imagineers that worked on this project, they worked extremely, extremely hard to make these updates to where, again, the attraction can operate. 16-month-long refurbishment at Magic Kingdom is a very, very big deal. But at the same time, I do want a little bit more, kind of feeling those ominous vibes. I was really hoping to kind of feel something inside, like, whoa, that's scary. But unfortunately, I didn't feel that. I was just kind of appreciating, like, oh, that's visually beautiful. So there are some things that I love, some things I was disappointed by, but I just encourage you guys to go and check it out for yourself, because again, photos, videos, my thoughts, I don't want that to impact your judgment. These attractions are designed to be experienced in person, and it's back finally, and that's what I'm really happy about.
Drew, there are some people who will hear that the ride is smooth, and they'll say, great, I see no problem with that.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I agree with you personally. Just for me, like I can't go on Guardians of the Galaxy or Rock and Roller Coaster often because my head and my eyes are very sensitive. So for me personally, I'm actually very happy that it's smooth because I went on the roller coaster 4 times yesterday in a matter of a few hours, and I could have gone on 10 more times, no issue whatsoever. When I was recording with my phone, at no point did I feel like my phone was going to fly out of my hand. So I actually love that it's smooth now, but I try to look at multiple viewpoints, not just through myself and kind of how people are so accustomed to that craziness of Big Thunder. And don't get me wrong, it still has those thrills. Like on one of the rides we did row 15 in the very back, and it still whips you around. It's still an absolute blast. So if you really want those thrills, then I think the back row is the absolute best. But yeah, it's a big adjustment for a beloved classic, and I'm really curious on seeing how people feel about it. But right now it's at like a 45-minute wait. They are getting people through, and that is a very, very good thing. Just getting as many people on the ride as possible.
I was going to ask what the wait times, what were they kind of hanging around yesterday?
Yeah, well, yesterday when I went on for the first time, it was posted at 145 minutes. And I was like, that's a long time, but I can't be shocked, after 16 months.
Right.
But it turned out to only be 75 minutes. So everything is moving very efficiently. Last night, there was a little bit of a hiccup. There was a very small fire in the load station, the trim brakes, and they put that out immediately. And we didn't know if the ride was going to be closed, but it actually reopened last night around 10:30. So I was very concerned seeing that, just in full transparency. Obviously, you don't want to see that after roller coaster just opened and everything was replaced. But it's open as of today, and everyone's getting to ride, so that is a very good thing.
They did have to evacuate that area though because of that fire for a little bit. I imagine that was a little bit crazy there for a little bit.
Yeah, especially on reopening day with all the cast members kind of just getting their feet on the ground and everyone coming to check out the ride. So an evacuation is never a good thing, but thankfully everyone was safe. No major issues there, but yeah, concerning stuff, but we're all good. And the fact that it's open today and everyone's getting to ride again, especially with this being such a big opening, I'm sure there are people who book trips just around this. So I was like, I don't like that. But then seeing it reopen at 10:30, it was like a weight was lifted off my shoulders after, hyping this opening up for so long. I'm like, well, I'm telling people how cool this is and all these fun updates, and now they can't ride it. But we're good now. No pun intended, we're back on track.
And 45-minute wait times, I mean, that's not bad at all today. What does having this back open kind of do for the ride capacity at Magic Kingdom?
Yeah, I really think it's just efficiency overall, like because everything's brand new, it's firing on all cylinders. The cast members understand how important it is to get as many people through the ride as possible. And also just kind of thinking bigger picture at Walt Disney World. I truly, truly love how much investment we've had into attractions that have been around. Like I mentioned earlier, you have Cars and Villains coming down the road. That's massive transformations, brand new builds from the ground up. But you look at Magic Kingdom alone, right? You have Cinderella Castle. It's been completely repainted. Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress is going down soon for major updates. And now we've just seen Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger spin and Big Thunder Mountain reopen. This is hundreds of millions of dollars investment over the years into the world's busiest theme park. So it's really going to help balance the crowds throughout the park, and just having new things to enjoy on these attractions that we already know and love, a big win in my opinion. So again, it's not perfect by any means. There's things that I'm still conflicted on, but if you're looking at the park as a whole, Walt Disney World's future as a whole, we've seen a lot of money, time, and effort put into updates, not just replacements and new things. So I really like this balance, and I just hope we get more of it down the road. I think Carousel of Progress is not the final thing we're going to see at Magic Kingdom, but only time will tell there.
And the focus on the storyline of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, do you think that's potentially part of kind of a bigger strategy that we might see more of with some more of these refurbishments of other rides and things?
Yeah, personally, I think so. And honestly, that's a great point, because I feel like whenever the Imagineers kind of look back at these attractions, well, they say, hey, if something's already working, we can keep that. But if we have room for improvement, why not change it and allow this new generation of Imagineers, alongside people who have been there, to come up with something new and be original. And I know with our version of Big Thunder Mountain, a lot of people wanted that dynamite scene that you kind of see in other versions of the attraction around the world. But personally, I was originally okay with us getting this gold finale because, again, it's really leaning into Big Thunder's history, not wanting us taking its gold. The creative vision is there, but unfortunately, the final execution, in my opinion, just doesn't deliver. But I also appreciate the effort to do something unique because, again, if you're going to go back and update an attraction, why not do something new, do something fun? And I really love, again, when we just get investments in classics, knowing that Big Thunder Mountain can now operate for 30, 40 years because they put this time, money, and effort into it. That's awesome. And I just really hope that Disney maintains it. If you're going to put this much time into an attraction, I really hope we don't see these things start to fade out. Like, they need to be on top of this so that it continues to operate in pristine condition for a while to come.
Let's shift gears here a little bit and talk about Disney teaming up with Make-A-Wish for their Week of Wishes. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is something that I really wanted to dive into. It's something that personally I'm very passionate about because Disney goes all out for these Make-A-Wish kids and their families. And last week, that's why I'm talking about it today on Monday, is because everything has wrapped up. They had Disney Week of Wishes, nearly 200 wishes granted in 7 days across the world from Disneyland, Walt Disney World, even the NFL Draft, and Walt Disney Animation Studios. But the big one was Wishes Assemble out at Disneyland Resort at Avengers Campus. Nearly 40 Make-A-Wish kids and their families got to go take over the entire resort, and they had creators like Dude Perfect, Mr. Beast, Clicks, Preston Plays, Mark Grober, like all around. It was just an all-out effort into really making these kids' wishes come true. And what I love so much about this is I feel like with Disney and Make-A-Wish, people are like, oh, well, they just send the kids to the parks. But in this case, that couldn't be more true. This is like a one-of-a-kind. It only happens once just for these kids because they basically go to Disney and say, hey, our kids love Marvel. You know, as they're going through this hard time in their life, they need these characters as an escape, something positive to hold on to as they're fighting, you know, these challenges. And the fact that Disney really specially curates exactly what they want into a one night thing, into a 1 day celebration with these creators and these characters, and just go out and just put a big smile on my face. So I really wanted to highlight this event specifically because, again, they're not just giving them tickets and saying, go have fun, you're on your own. They are literally doing things one of a kind just for them so that they have these memories for the rest of their life.
And Drew, really kind of setting the example, really setting, a high standard for what companies can do to show that love for these kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really I remember last year, I think we talked about the Princess Celebration out here at Walt Disney World. And I'm like, I really hope they do more. I just hope they keep expanding on this. And this year they delivered in every way possible. Again, when you have a massive Marvel celebration, just knowing how popular these characters are, and again, how they can hold on to that and then meet these characters in person at Avengers Campus with no one else there. Like the land was dedicated just for them throughout the entire night. You had Paul Bettany, who plays Vision, Anthony Mackie, who plays Captain America, these actual actors from the MCU coming out to meet these kids. And again, those creators basically recreating their YouTube videos with these kids in person. So it's not even just the Marvel stuff, but really a whole week-long celebration to just allow so many memories as possible. And that was just at Disneyland. That's not even including the other things. Also at Disneyland, there was a little girl named Lilo, and she wanted to meet Cinderella. So they had 158 cast members on Main Street USA welcoming her and her family into the park before it opened. They had a royal carriage with the fairy godmother and Cinderella. And it's like, when I look at these things, it's hard to not get emotional. Just like knowing that they're fighting these things and then seeing them smile even in the hardest point of their life. It's truly so beautiful. And in my opinion, there's no other company that could even come close to what Disney does here. This is a full-on effort for weeks and months to deliver. And in my opinion, they delivered and beyond.
All right, Drew, what else here before we let you go? What else do we need to know about theme parks? What else is kind of on the horizon there when it comes to Disney?
Yeah, well, today's Star Wars Day, May the 4th. So just a reminder that on May 22nd at Hollywood Studios, just a couple weeks from now, we have a brand new Mandalorian and Grogu mission coming to Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. That's a major update with Epic Games, that Fortnite partnership with Disney, and I'm very excited for this one. It's kind of going under the radar, but it's going to be a major overhaul. So just a couple weeks, and then we have Cool Kid Summer right after, but lots more to come. But today, Big Thunder, Week of Wishes, I definitely want to dive into this.
Always something to look forward to when it comes to the theme parks. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, we appreciate you joining us. Where can folks learn more about your coverage of the theme parks?
Yeah, I'm at Drew the Disney Dude on every major social platform and Substack. So wherever you guys are on social media, Drew the Disney Dude, I will keep you all updated into the summer and years to come.
All right, Drew, always good chatting with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., where the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting suspect is due back in court for another court appearance any minute now. We will keep you updated on what we learn from that hearing. Just a reminder, it is federal court, so no cameras or anything allowed inside, but we will do our best to bring you updates from what happens inside that courtroom as we get them. Meanwhile, just a little bit ago, Senator Ashley Moody was in Miami, where she held a news conference to talk about some new legislation that she says would help fight the opioid crisis. It would specifically strengthen some of the tools to take down operations to protecting people struggling with addiction. You're going to hear from Senator Moody speaking at this news conference at the Miami Police Department just a few minutes ago.
Thank you so much for joining us today at police headquarters here in the great city of Miami. I'm Senator Ashley Moody. It is always an honor to be back down in Miami, in my home state, working with folks I spent years in the trenches with as Florida's Attorney General. And today's announcement certainly is a continuation of the efforts that and the long, hard work that we all put in battling illicit substances, specifically the rise of synthetic opioids and the devastation that fentanyl caused across this nation, but also right here in Florida. As Attorney General, certainly working hand in hand, not only with our law enforcement partners, but with our substance abuse providers, with our first responders, aiding them with the life-saving drug naloxone. Florida really set the stage for how to effectively deal with this crisis. In fact, we saw our numbers drop in terms of overdose deaths at a faster clip than the national rate. And we really did this by focusing not just on our interdiction efforts. And of course, we led the way in that regard. We made sure we were giving law enforcement agencies the resources they needed to really drill down and interdict fentanyl when we saw a surge of it coming into the nation, especially when the border broke down, the southern border under the last administration. We really put additional assets out there, made sure we were reimbursing time and other things that went into those interdiction efforts. And I was proud to say we led the nation in interdiction efforts as it related to fentanyl. But that was just one part of it. Law enforcement can only do so much. And I was so proud of our Florida law enforcement that worked with federal partners, that stemmed the tide during those years and is still doing that day to day. But we also focused on making sure people knew where to go to get help, where to go to get the naloxone, the life-saving drug naloxone, especially family members who had loved ones that were addicted to drugs. So I was so proud of what we were able to do here in Florida. We also brought really historic actions against opioid manufacturers, distributors, distributors, and pharmacies to make sure we were getting resources in to address those that were suffering in that crisis. And I'm so proud of this state. But what we're seeing, as we saw on day one of the Trump administration, some really aggressive efforts to shore up the border, to make sure we were stemming the tide of that trafficking coming over the border. We're seeing new and novel ways that some of these illicit substances were being made. If you'll remember, at one point we warned, when we said one pill can kill, we warned that many of the counterfeit pills we were seeing on the streets were being laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl. We are still seeing about 5 out of the 10 counterfeit pills have a lethal dose of fentanyl. And that's having an effect on our streets, even with our children. I can tell you, as a mother, of a teenager, we know that many of our young people around this nation are taking pills thinking they are one thing, and it turns out they are a deadly dose of poison. That's why some of my team call these counterfeit pills murder pills, because they're more likely to kill you than to be something that legitimate that you think that you're taking. And so the danger of these counterfeit pills isn't new. We always warned one pill can kill. We put out resources on a Dose of Reality campaign to make sure children, parents, communities were aware. And counterfeit pills are pressed to look like legitimate medicines. Sometimes kids may think that they're taking Adderall or Xanax, Molly. Sometimes these kids think it's that, but it's actually laced with fentanyl. And I think you'll hear a story from one of our law enforcement officials today. But the pill press machines that make these counterfeit pills, they can make up to 5,000 counterfeit pills per hour. The larger ones can produce 15,000 pills per hour. Pill press parts are smuggled through ports and customs. They're often labeled as furniture parts or machine spare parts, and then they are assembled here and used to mass produce these counterfeit pills. Sometimes when law enforcement is trying to track down what caused an overdose, they might roll into a place and find a counterfeit pill machine. And we need to make sure that that pill machine that is used to make these illicit, dangerous drugs is illegal. These things are being seized and encountered all across the country. And so as Florida's newest United States Senator, you can imagine, having been on the front lines of this crisis and working with law enforcement so closely, having been the wife of a longtime DEA agent and law enforcement official, it's so important to me that we close gaps, that we talk to our law enforcement officials, we see where we can do better, how we can strengthen our laws, and then we actually get that done. And so today I am announcing the introduction of the PRESS Act, which will create criminal penalties for the unlawful importation of pill presses. It will also allow for the criminalization of precursor synthetic drugs that go into these counterfeit pills. We know that these pills are dangerous. We've been warning kids about it. We know some kids get them from social media, and even kids that their parents don't even know they're using social media to get access to these pills. We've been warning for a long time, and this is just one more way we're going to be able to stop fentanyl from taking the lives of those in our communities. So first and foremost, let me begin by saying, parents, family members of those that may be addicted, I urge everyone, spread the word. Do not take anything unless it is prescribed to you by a doctor, because these days that choice is most likely to be a deadly choice, because these counterfeit pills are laced with dangerous drugs. And I can give you example after example after example of kids and others that have taken these counterfeit pills and have been poisoned and have died as a result. And so today's announcement of the PRESS Act and the introduction of this new tool that's being supported by DEA and all of our law enforcement groups around the nation, it will go a long way to making sure we are closing these gaps in enforcement laws, and we're allowing our law enforcement officers to do their jobs and get these counterfeit pill press machines off the streets. So I appreciate you being here with me today. I know there's a lot of folks that would like to talk to you, and so I'm going to let them come back up now, and then I will come back up for questions. So without further ado, we'll bring up Chief
Senator Ashley Moody speaking at that news conference earlier today in Miami, where she was talking about that legislation designed to help with the fight against the opioid crisis. We are also continuing to track the fallout from the redistricting effort here in the state of Florida that is causing some shuffling and still a lot of questions to be answered about what some of these congressional races look like. It was the subject of an interesting piece that Jacob Ogles just published in Florida Politics, and pleased to be joined this afternoon by Jacob Ogles, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Jacob, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us again today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on.
So I want to kind of walk through kind of each of these regions and districts that you kind of highlighted in your piece, because but before we jump into that, just kind of set this up for us, because the the new maps that were just approved, and we expect the governor to sign them, it really is kind of setting off a chain reaction in some ways, some chaos in some ways about what happens next with these congressional races.
Absolutely. There were 8 congressional seats that were considered safe Democratic seats on the current congressional map, but the new map that was just approved by the legislature brings that number down to 4. That means there's a whole lot of racing and shuffling and people trying to see exactly where their own careers are going to fit in on this map.
And so let's start by talking about Kissimmee and Congressman Darren Soto. What do we know about his plans and what things might look like in that race?
Well, Darren Soto's district has significantly changed from one that Kamala Harris won 4 years ago to one that now went pretty heavily for Trump. Also, the Puerto Rican community has been scattered across about 5 congressional districts, and that's really strongly impacting Soto, who, of course, is Florida's first Puerto Rican congressman. He has said that he wants to run in 9. He's also supportive of any legal challenges to try and stop these maps from being used. So we will see once this map is in effect whether he follows through with the run in 9. But we're also seeing a lot more Republican interest suddenly in the new makeup of 9. And we're seeing a lot of candidates. Ricky Booth is exploring a bid. He's the Osceola County Commissioner. We also have former state rep Mike De La Rosa. And of course, there's a bunch of Republicans who are already signed up to challenge Soto, who was already a target of the National Republican Congressional Committee. So there's a lot of shaking up and a lot of things that still need to be decided regarding that Kissimmee seat.
Yeah, it's interesting dynamics in that one. Meanwhile, when we're talking about kind of Republicans running, we also know that the resignation or retirement of Daniel Webster is kind of setting off what could be an interesting primary in the 11th district.
That's right. You've already seen candidates like Anthony Sabatini and Tim Wilkins jump in. You may see a Laura Loomer jump in. I think that there's a lot of people who've been hoping to run in an open seat for a long time. Some people have primaried Webster, but he was very entrenched. Now you're going to see a lot of names of people who weren't going to ever primary Webster, but this is the first time in a couple of decades that there's really been a shot at an open seat in that area.
Let's talk about what's going on in Tampa with Kathy Castor's seat, because her district is one that really changed a lot in these new maps, and she could be facing maybe the biggest threat that she has faced before.
I would say so. She's gone from what was really a pretty reliable Democratic seat to one that's now shifted considerably further south. She's taking in parts of Hillsborough County that have really not been in her jurisdiction. And she's suddenly running in a district that Donald Trump won rather than one that was pretty comfortably won by Harris. Now, of course, she feels pretty confident that she will always overperform the top of the ticket. She overperformed Harris. She overperformed Barack Obama when he won the state twice. So she still feels comfortable there. But you're also seeing a lot of Republicans suddenly exploring that district. Some who were running for Vern Buchanan's district are now wondering if they've had a better shot taking out a Democratic incumbent. And that's how different the maps have changed the whole political environment in Tampa Bay right now.
We are also watching to see what happens in Southwest Florida, where not only it was already interesting because of Byron Donalds, who is running for governor, but now with some of these district changes as well. What's the situation there?
It kind of goes to show that when you make a new map, it affects everything in some way. Even a safe Republican seat, suddenly the boundaries are very different. And when you're looking at Florida's 19th, that was pretty much all of the populated parts of Lee and Collier County, but now you have a much more Lee County-centered seat, yet it doesn't include the community of Fort Myers. That's gone into Greg Stubbe's 17th. You're seeing most of the candidates who are running to succeed Donalds on the Republican side, Jim Schwartzel, Jim Oberwise, Catalina Lauf, Ola Hawatma, they all told me they intend to continue running for CD19. But there's a lot of rumors that Chris Collins could very well jump in the race for 22, which is an open seat that spans from Southwest Florida all the way over to the Atlantic coast almost. That's really more of a swing district, but you're seeing a lot of conversation from people about exactly where they intend to run.
And South Florida brings up a lot of interesting questions, specifically when we're looking at the futures of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, of Jared Moskowitz, of the seat previously held by Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick. What do you make of the dynamics of those races in South Florida?
That's what's been keeping me on the phone all morning, to tell you the truth. You've gone from having 5 Democratic seats in South Florida to having 3. Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz are effectively homeless on this new map. And it's really a fight to figure out who's going to run for which district. I have the impression that incumbents don't want to face off against one another. There's a whole lot of attention right now on 20, which is the seat that was most recently represented by Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick, who just resigned, and she's facing a federal indictment right now. But she's still running for that seat. A lot of people consider 20, which was originally created in 1992 as a black majority-minority district. That was created where Alcee Hastings served it for many, many years. After he died, Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick won the seat. And there's a lot of people in the black community who feel like it needs to still be represented by a black representative. A plurality of voters in the voting age population still are black. But you have about 5 significant black candidates already in the race, and it's very attractive to Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who has represented parts of the district, but she could come in with a $2.5 million war chest, a lot of name recognition, and probably be able to dominate a field of non-incumbents or one incumbent who's under federal indictment right now. So there's a lot of pressure and a lot of conversation about whether that would be an appropriate move, whether that district should still remain a black dominant district or a black represented district, whether Debbie Wasserman Schultz should instead go compete in CD22, which is more of a battleground. I will say most of our sources around Jared Moskowitz, so we're still waiting for him to make an official announcement. They expect him to run in that new District 25 that runs the coast from Boca Raton all the way down to Miami Beach. A lot of people are expecting he's going to go there, but that still leaves a big question about where Debbie Wasserman Schultz runs. And that could play a role in whether or not Democrats are even trying to win 5 seats in South Florida in the midterms.
Yeah, really interesting dynamics, and also to think about, kind of the like you indicated there, the domino effect that some of these decisions have on other races and other members of Congress.
That's right. I mean, we have some legislators who were already considering running in 20 when it was an open seat. So that's going to be impacted by what Debbie Wasserman Schultz does. There's just a lot of moving parts, and there still will be heading into the elections and qualifying in June.
Yeah, and many of those South Florida Republican districts, not much of an impact, but especially when you're talking about someone like Maria Elvira Salazar, someone who still faces some headwinds and some questions about her reelection.
Yeah, the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, was already targeting her. A lot of people have felt she may be the most vulnerable Republican in what's going to be a difficult midterm environment for Republicans. Her seat's largely the same, which is good news for her. The same for Carlos Jimenez, who there has been some talk at the DCCC about potentially adding him as a target. The biggest change was Mario Diaz-Balart's district. And I will say, Hakeem Jeffries has been making noise about, if Florida went through with the redistricting, possibly targeting Diaz-Balart, who's the longest serving member of Florida's delegation right now in Congress. His seat is now shifted from primarily being a Miami-Dade seat that also included some parts of the Everglades and rural Florida to now sweeping up into part of Broward County. So Florida's 26th congressional district has shifted a lot under him. He still has about as much embedding and entrenchment as any incumbent in the state of Florida, but that potentially could create a headache for him as he's trying to run in a new district as well.
All right, there are going to be a lot of interesting things to watch there. Jacob Ogles with Florida Politics. We appreciate you joining us today and sharing your reporting with us.
Thank you for having me on.
We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, the Hillsborough County Sheriff, holding a news conference just moments ago, giving an update on an incident there. Give me 2 seconds here. To get this feed routed here. Here's what we know. It was a Hillsborough County Sheriff, Chad Chronister, who held a news conference outside the sheriff's office where he was releasing some footage, some video footage that they said showed a 33-year-old suspect, Amania Davis, throwing a small dog onto the asphalt twice and then kicking it. So a disturbing case there. Again, this news conference happening just moments ago where we heard from the sheriff talking about that case. Here's what he said.
Last Thursday around 8 p.m., one of our very vigilant operators who was observing all of our eye on crime cameras around the area was watching some behavior that she found disturbing. She saw a female in the area of 127th and 11th Street walk out with a puppy, walk across the street holding him in an aggressive manner and throw him. She walks back across the street as pets normally do. Their love is so unconditional. The little puppy runs back across the street even after she's already harmed him, saying, "Hey, I'm here for some more love." She kicks him a couple times. She sees that doesn't work. The puppy's still there, wanting some and seeking some attention and some affection. So she picks the puppy up again in an aggressive manner back behind the back of his neck, walks, and then now throws him almost over 10 feet where he lands. Mission accomplished on her part. When this poor little puppy lands, he injures and breaks his front left leg. The operator, again, one of our very vigilant personnel that oversees a lot of our eye on crime cameras, says, hey, I just saw something, calls our dispatch sends the deputies out, and she was arrested. She, Armenia Davis, 33-year-old, has been charged with 6 counts of aggravated animal cruelty. Our puppy is just down the street here at the Pet Resource Center. Our deputies, again, being very proactive, load the dog up in the patrol car and rush him to a 24-hour emergency care center where he was rushed to surgery. He now is at our Hillsborough County Pet Resource Center where he's recovering. And hopefully once that recovery's over, he'll be placed up for adoption. The victim in this case is a 1-year-old male Maltese puppy. We haven't established ownership yet for this puppy. We believe he was transient, hanging out in the area. But again, you can see by watching this video, this isn't someone who was defending herself against an aggressive dog when we're forced to do that. This dog wasn't a violent dog. This dog was only seeking love and attention and some affection. And instead, she acted the way she did in such a violent and aggressive manner. But it won't come to a surprise to you, as we did a criminal history, a little deep dive back on her, that she's got a history of violent behavior. She's been arrested for committing battery against some other individuals. So, you know, we can't sit here and be surprised that she did this to a puppy when she's violent even to other members of our community. I truly feel that anyone who would harm and inflict the type of pain she did to this little puppy has a special place in hell one day when that day comes for her. What questions can I try to answer in this case? You guys have seen the video. You've seen how horrific and premeditated it is. What can I do to answer any questions? Try one more time, I'm sorry.
How often do the techs who are watching those cameras catch things like this? She obviously thought there was no one looking at her, no camera catching her.
Yeah, but you know, that's surprising, because I asked that same question. How often do we catch things like this? And we do catch it a lot. We catch a lot of criminal activity. We catch activity where we have people that say that they were robbed and someone stole their prescription drugs and they need more. And we can go back when they report it and say, no, you didn't. When did it happen? We went back, no such thing happened. Here's the sad part in this case. From looking at the camera angle, you can't tell, but there were a lot of people around. This is outside a mobile home park. It's busy. People are outside their home. There were other people that witnessed this. Sad that no one took the initiative to call us and tell us, hey, one of our residents has acted in this manner. But she did this blatantly right in front of a bunch of other people that live in the same neighborhood. Fortunate for us, we had someone that was protecting and looking out for this puppy, and they work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
To your point, there were some other people in the video. I think at one point it looks like a child was there, but also an adult. Did you guys get the idea that anybody was trying to stop her?
No one tried to take the initiative to stop her. No one called afterwards to say, hey, I just witnessed this. This didn't make sense. No one at all. One of the operators who was watching these cameras took the initiative. As she was watching all these different various camera angles, as we have them all over Hillsborough County, saw it, zoomed in, watched her and saw what she did, and made the phone call to us.
I imagine she had no idea she was on camera. Do you believe that she would have done this again, or maybe has done this in the past?
Another great question. These cameras aren't covert. This isn't Big Brother watching you. These cameras have flashing lights. You're on camera here. We let them know they're under video surveillance. We know that deters crime. She knows there's a camera in the area. She sees a bunch of people around her, and she still acted the way that she did in such a violent manner. That tells you everything you need to know about her.
I mean, you guys obviously investigate a lot of horrible cases and stuff, but that video was really hard to watch. How, just compared to all the stuff you guys see in animal cases, where does this stack up?
I think whenever you have a case that involves a child, one of our pets, or one of our elderly, it really hits home, because they're the most vulnerable portion of our society, and people take advantage of that. And that's exactly what she's done. No, there would be no way that she can misconstrue that this small little puppy, who was almost licking her leg, when she kicked it. And again, she throws it across the road. It had to hurt, and still came back seeking some more love and attention. Sad. I think going back to watching the video, no different than watching it like you guys. I'm ready to cry because I feel bad that this defensive animal went through the pain that he did. And at the same time, then the anger sets in and you want something done. And that's what we're going to do. She has a $75,000 bond, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that she never gets the chance to harm another human being or animal as long as she lives.
One last question for you. It sounds like, she had some other prior arrests when it comes to humans, but not animals, so maybe this is a lot here, but to your point about the bond and prosecuting her and everything, do you think there needs to be some penalties when it comes to these animal cruelty cases?
Yes, and there is. This is certainly an enhanced crime. It's aggravated animal cruelty because it meets the enhancements. You saw what she did. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't, hey, I didn't feed the dog properly. It wasn't that. There's no excuse or an explanation that mitigates what she did to this pet. So there absolutely is an enhancement, and that's the 6 counts of the aggravated animal cruelty.
Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister at that news conference just moments ago. Meanwhile, another item of breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. We were just talking about redistricting a few minutes ago with Jacob Ogles from Florida Politics. Governor DeSantis tweeting this on social media, saying signed, sealed, and delivered, indicating that he has now signed the new congressional maps that both chambers passed last week in a 2-day special session. Governor DeSantis, it was someone in his office who initially drew those maps. It was a push from the governor to do this effort, so certainly no surprise that he signed this legislation. But again, the governor saying on social media that he has now signed the redistricting maps. You see on that image, let me see if I can pull down that super there, and you can see his signature on that social media graphic with those new congressional districts that are outlined. And again, if you just missed our conversation just a few minutes ago with Jacob Ogles from Florida Politics, he really outlined a lot of the dynamics and a lot of the things that we are going to be watching when it comes to those congressional district races. Some of the questions that still have to be ironed out, and a lot of the things that we're just going to have to wait and see what happens, because some tough decisions are going to have to be made by a number of members of Congress whose seats may be in jeopardy now, or at least shifting kind of lines and that kind of thing. So a lot of questions. We should also note there are likely to be lawsuits, legal challenges to this map. There always are when new districts are passed, when these new maps are drawn. And so we have already heard threats from a number of groups indicating that they do plan to file challenges. So that is an inevitability at this point. We'll just have to wait and see where those challenges come from, what exactly they might be challenging, but you can certainly expect challenges to those voting maps that will also bring up questions about when they might be able to go into effect, because these are long legal roads as well to resolve some of those questions sometimes before they can go into effect. So that is another thing to watch. So even though that special session is over, even though the governor has now signed those maps into law, there are still a lot of things left that are still kind of up in the air at this point. Well, we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to come. Let me give you a live look right now in Hillsborough County, where it is day 7 of the Julio Fulio murder trial. It just began today. They started around noon, so about half an hour in today, where there is Davion Murphy, one of the 4 defendants who is facing charges and on trial right now. There are 4 of the defendants being tried all at once. Rashad Murphy, Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance. They're the 3 others who are accused of ambushing Julio Fulio, who is a Jacksonville rapper, outside a Tampa hotel back in 2024. Investigators, prosecutors, they've been saying this all stemmed from an ongoing gang feud in Jacksonville, where Fulio is from. We should also note that there was a 5th defendant facing charges in this case. Her name was Alicia Andrews. If you've been following this, you know that she was convicted last fall in her own trial with manslaughter and is awaiting sentencing in that. So we're keeping an eye out on that. We will check in on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also monitoring the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting suspect in court at this hour, waiting for some more details about what is going on inside. Again, this is federal court in the District of Columbia, and so we are keeping an eye out for those updates from reporters inside the courtroom. We'll bring you those updates as we get them. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after that.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track the fallout of the abrupt closure of Spirit Airlines. This was causing a lot of problems for folks when it abruptly ceased operations around 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. One of the budget carriers closing down. I'll give you a live look right now at Orlando International Airport on this Monday afternoon, because our question is, what does this mean for an airport like MCO, for an area like Orlando's that is so dependent on tourism and folks coming in and out from all over the country? And so joining us live now to talk about all this, we are pleased to be joined by Dr. Sean Snaith from the UCF Institute for Economic Forecasting, who's joining us live now. Dr. Snaith, we appreciate you joining us. First, your reaction to this news, your initial thoughts on the impact for us here in Central Florida.
Yeah, I it's
Is your mic open?
shocking perhaps, but not necessarily surprising. We know that Spirit Airlines has been struggling financially for a number of years and have gone through several rounds of reduction in staff. So this, like I said, not a shocking outcome here. There was some discussion of the last minute bailout by the federal government, but the problems that Spirit was facing, they were in some merger talks with Frontier Airline. A few years back, JetBlue kind of came in and made a better offer at the time. The previous administration, however, would not let that merger go through, allegedly because of competitive issues and the impact that it might have on airfares. The irony of that, of course, is now with Spirit no longer operating, we're likely to see upward pressure on airfares.
Yeah, what is kind of the immediate impact on other airlines and for travelers traveling these other airlines now that one of these low-cost carriers shut down?
Yeah, well, I think in the near term it's scramble mode. Spirit Airline was headquartered in Fort Lauderdale. A lot of flights going out of that airport, significant number of flights in and out of the Orlando International Airport. And so for domestic passengers, a little bit under 10% of passenger traffic to MCO was via Spirit Airline, about half that percentage for international travelers. And so, in the middle of the night, in the middle of a weekend, the airline shuts down. And so, people that have had plans and reservations and near-term, travel agendas, were left scrambling to find other means to either get to Orlando or to get out of Orlando. And so, other airlines have stepped in to some extent to fill the void. Their ability to do so, depends on, their equipment, their capital stocks. It depends on the availability of these aircraft to move from different routes to come into Orlando in the short term. Now, over time, I think this is obviously a market that is vibrant as far as air travel is concerned. And so I think these other airlines will, no doubt see this opportunity and try to figure out how quickly that they are able to seize on the gap that's been left by Spirit ceasing operations.
One of the things that we've seen cited as one reason that kind of accelerated the demise of Spirit was the fuel costs that we've seen skyrocket during the conflict in Iran right now. Do you think specifically other of the low-cost carriers are kind of watching all this and tracking all this nervously right now?
Well, I think typically the airline industry is well aware of volatility when it comes to energy prices and when it comes to jet fuel costs. And so most, if not all of them, engage in some hedging behavior which allows them to, lock in jet fuel costs for some period into the future. Now, the issue is with the conflict in Iran, when do these hedging contracts, these futures contracts, come up from renewal? And when they come up, for renewal, of course, it's a whole new reality as long as the Iran conflict is going on. So, I think all airlines and really any industry that is where fuel is a key input, and so this could be companies like FedEx and UPS. They are facing the impact of higher energy costs, and so we've already seen some action being taken by airlines, increases in baggage fees, for example. I believe the U.S. Postal Service has implemented a temporary fuel surcharge on some of its services, and I would expect to see other companies, again, where fuel is a major input, follow suit. Now, if the conflict in Iran is resolved, sooner rather than later, then we could see this whole impact on energy prices unravel very quickly, and get back to the situation in terms of fuel costs and energy costs that we were facing prior to the conflict with Iran.
Watching this happen, seeing one of the airlines close down, do you think this is this is concerning? Or anything in it that maybe those specifically here in our area, in an economy that is so dependent on tourism, how do you think something like this or a potential trend of this impacts us here in Central Florida?
Yeah, I think thus far, in terms of contemporaneous data to gauge how our tourism sector is doing, at least through March, we've not seen the impacts yet, but I do believe they're coming. The Spirit airline disruption may force people who were making plans for the summer to change those, and perhaps not take a trip, or stay more locally in their region. Obviously, gasoline prices have gone up significantly, so those drive-in tourists to our region are facing higher costs for their travel as well. So, it's hard to spin this as a positive development for our tourism sector, particularly when, consumers in general are, still recovering from the high inflation of just a few years ago in the post-COVID environment, when prices were rising at a 40-year high, across all goods and services. So many households, had struggled for several years because paychecks were not keeping up with the increase in the cost of living. And so now, once again, we've got energy prices rising in the wake of that, in the wake of households and consumers that, we're still trying to recover from the COVID-19 inflation. That could impact spending on things like leisure and hospitality. So I think, there are a number of headwinds here right now, beyond the closure of Spirit Airlines that may begin to show up in our tourism sector as we move through the remainder of 2026. That being said, the Iran conflict, if it came to an end as quickly as it began, this may, trigger a more virtuous cycle where people are feeling relief at the pumps and energy prices, and this pressure on airfares could start to abate if that were the case. So I think that's the best case scenario for tourism right now is, we've got a The industry has to adjust to the closure of Spirit. That's going to take some time. That won't happen overnight. But if the conflict with Iran comes to an end sooner rather than later, that would be a very positive development in terms of maintaining our tourism industry here in Central Florida and across the state.
Is that the biggest wild card?
Yeah, I think it is. The Spirit, if you were paying attention at all, you knew that this airline had been struggling. They had seen several rounds of reduction in force. They were facing competitions from traditional higher fare carriers that were finding ways to sort of eat into Spirit's target customer set. And so, it's not a terrible out of the blue, nobody could have ever predicted this happening to Spirit type event. But the Iran situation on top of it, certainly I think came as quite a surprise, and the uncertainty that still hangs over the Middle East is problematic for the economy as a whole, but certainly for travel and tourism because of these direct impacts on energy costs.
All right. Last thing here, Dr. Snathan, I'm just curious, any long-term impacts on the airline industry from losing, or for those of us who, are customers of the airline industry, from losing another one of these low-cost carriers?
It may be a harbinger of the end of these extremely low cost airfares. A model that was successful certainly for a while, and this may be the end of that. I still think there's going to be competition in terms of airfare because you've got a range of travelers here that aren't able to pay higher fares that you might find on some of these major airlines, and so there's always going to be a segment of travelers that are potential markets for lower cost fares. Will we see the kind of airfares that are significantly less than a bus ticket going forward? I think that remains yet to be seen, but certainly the closure of Spirit is a major setback for that approach to the industry.
Dr. Sean Snaith from UCF Institute for Economic Forecasting. We always appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks so much for chatting with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County where the trial of 4 defendants charged with the murder of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio are on trial. As I talked about earlier, prosecutors have tried to establish that this was the result of an ongoing feud between gangs, and we're hearing some testimony about that right now. So we want to go ahead and listen in. I do want to warn you, your viewer discretion is advised. This is a live court proceeding, but let's go ahead and listen in. Day 7 of this Julio Fulio murder trial. 4 defendants charged in that rapper's murder.
Dead people as much as they do now, so I wouldn't say it was a rule, but people just wasn't doing it.
What about the actual family members of the ops or the opposing side?
Yeah, people wasn't doing it.
But they were doing that when you were released?
Yes.
And that would have been in 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also see a trend that that level of disrespect that you called it was more lucrative?
Yes, ma'am.
But were you also witness to the fact that there were repercussions to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the homicide of Jake Chip?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the homicide of Jaquan Pickens?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, that's the same individual. I apologize.
Yes,
of Antonio Tilley.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals that were killed in 2023 after you came home from prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals affiliated with the same side?
No, ma'am.
Which side was Jaquan Pickens affiliated to?
Just from the north side, from my neighborhood, 45th area.
And what about Tilley? What side was he affiliated to?
I think the north side too, but I think he was more like ATK.
That would be friendly or unfriendly to 6 Block?
Unfriendly.
Unfriendly. In the weeks leading up to the actual homicide in this case, so when Charles Jones is killed, did you see social media start to ramp up as it related specifically to Charles Jones and some of the defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to see specific Instagram posts back and forth between Charles Jones about a gravesite visit that he had?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the name Royale Smith, is that familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that 23?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how that individual died?
He was murdered.
Was that in the town center?
Yes, ma'am.
23, he did not die in the year of 2023, did he?
No, ma'am.
But were there social media posts where Charles Jones and other members from the north side went to 23's grave?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the responses on social media to that?
No, not all of them, no, ma'am.
Did you see some of the responses to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 124A through D.
Okay, the objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Just briefly, I know I've seen them, but
yes. You gonna do it again? I already have it. I asked the question.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
no objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, they'll be admitted.
That's
124A through D. In showing you States Exhibit number 124B, is this one of those images that was on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the response from the other side positive or negative to this post?
Restate your question.
Was this post Did this post make people happy from 1200 or ATK or not happy?
Not happy.
Specifically, was there a post from the Instagram account Gadaze? It states 124C. That indicates the biggest mistake anyone on earth could have did.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately did, on 124A, Mr. Jones post himself at that same place.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this type of dissing going on when you first got incarcerated?
No, ma'am.
Did this incite some back and forth between Mr. Jones and several members of ATK and 1200?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you also, in the months leading up to the homicide, have an opportunity to see a specific dispute back and forth between Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am. I heard of it. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see it on the internet?
I was shown, yes, ma'am.
On what type of social media?
I think Twitter.
Is that Spaces, the X?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video or was that like a post?
I think it was posts. I seen pictures and argument.
What was the dispute about, if you recall?
I think clothes, reference of.
Hold on. Okay. So this is not for the Spaces argument back and forth, the audio argument. This is an actual Spaces post argument that's going back and forth between Mr. Chance and the victim.
Okay. And come up real quick.
While there is a brief aside here, we're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus as we continue to listen into to more testimony on day 7 of the Julio Fulio murder trial. A lot of testimony in the past few minutes about the gang feud between these rival gangs in the Jacksonville area that prosecutors are saying spilled over and led to the ambush killing of the rapper Julio Fulio in Tampa back in 2024. Again, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to give you a live look right now outside Orlando International Airport, where we are hearing and seeing from a number of Spirit employees who are gathering right now, who have lost their job after the airline abruptly shut down over the weekend. We were just talking about the impact of this a few minutes ago with Dr. Sean Snaith. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
We appreciate you guys, and for every other flight attendant, please keep your heads up. Pray for us. We have families, mothers, fathers, caregivers, and people who are like me alone in this country trying to survive, and we have nothing right now. So pray for us and pray for everybody here. We have people with kids. We have people by ourselves just like me. So pray for us, and thank you so much. Thank you, Fox News. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
For the local community, the local Orlando community, if you know a Spirit Airlines employee, please, we're asking you to reach out to us with job opportunities, with anything, comfort, with a caring hand. We just need support because we literally have lost everything overnight. So we love Orlando. Spirit has brought so much to Orlando, a lot of traffic, a lot of passengers to Orlando to go to the theme parks, to make the airline industry affordable for families and for big groups of us. So we will miss coming to work every day. We will miss the hundreds of thousands of passengers that we have transported on a daily basis. We will miss each other more than anything. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to all our bases. Thank you to our employees for being a support system for 13 years for me and for 25 and 27 for many others. Thank you, Orlando. Amen.
Emotions running high for many of them, as you can certainly understand, given what happened and finding themselves abruptly out of work and now searching for a job, searching for answers. And we'll go ahead and listen back in as we hear from more of these employees.
Into this company, and the state of Florida is only giving us $275 a week unemployment. How about that? Spirit Airlines also sees you giving us our medical benefits at midnight the very next day. However, they allowed several of their corporate employees to keep their insurance till the 15th. Why is that? We are your largest employee group, and you left us with nothing. Nothing. We have no insurance, no paycheck at this time, with no clue when we're going to get our paycheck. And then to find out that you're giving your corporate employees, people that are working inside the airport, which I don't want to take that from them, but we are your largest group of employees, and you took it away from us on a Saturday night, knowing that we can't get into a doctor, we can't get anything done, we can't get prescriptions, we have nothing now. Nothing. And then the state of Florida, big thank you, $275 a week. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's any time where you need to vote, this is the most important time. My Latino community, vote. Por favor, vote, por favor. This is, look at my group of people. This is Spirit Airlines. These are my coworkers. We are on the street. We have nothing left. Nothing.
What is the next step for you?
I'm sorry?
The next step.
The next step is I got to try to get Medicaid for a child. $275. What do you do with $275? I own a house. I own a car. I don't even live out of my budget. What happens to us? What happens? We did everything to this company.
26 years here and nothing to show for it. We have no medical. We'll be lucky if we get a paycheck coming in. It's a sad day. I mean, there's a lot of great people here. We worked with a lot of great people. And
how affect this your family, because you both have the same?
Yes, we both work there. We met here. Been married for 11 years now, and it's going to be rough for a little bit. We'll get through it, but we live in a bad state for getting through it. At $275 a week, that's not going to help anybody, especially with gas prices, the reason we went under. Thank you.
Can you give your name?
I'm Patrick. Patrick Miller.
So you heard them say it, a sad day, as it is for many of those employees gathered out there, again, trying to figure out what is next for them. Now, we did hear earlier today from Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback, who held a news conference outside Spirit Airlines headquarters in Dania Beach in South Florida today, where he called on other airlines to hire Spirit employees who are looking for a job. Here's what Fishback said in that news conference earlier today.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is a sad day, not just for the 10,000 Spirit employees who worked here in Florida, whether at this facility, at our airports in Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, but it's a sad day for Florida that these folks walked into work on Friday not knowing it was going to be their last day at work. Customer service specialists, pilots, flight attendants, aircraft mechanics, avionics engineers were left behind. And look, it's tragic anytime a company goes bankrupt. It's tragic anytime a company is forced to shutter its doors. But it is especially tragic when a company shuts its doors because the government interfered. Make no mistake, the tragedy of what happened here, what happened to the employees who are waking up after a tragic weekend without a job, without certainty about the next chapter of their life. This was at the hands of the Joe Biden administration and the Department of Justice, when just years ago in 2023, they decided they wanted to stop JetBlue and Spirit, two private companies, from independently merging and offering more competition to the consumer. In fact, it was none other than Massachusetts Senator from the Democrat Party, Elizabeth Warren, who goes by other names, including Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, who said that blocking the JetBlue Spirit deal would mean lower fares and more flights. Well, behind us, there are no fares and no flights, no jobs, threatening the $130 billion tourism industry in Florida. Let's not forget, Spirit didn't just operate the same routes as JetBlue, as Delta, as American Airlines. They operated unique routes to Spirit that didn't just connect parts of the United States, but connected us with our neighbors in Central and South America. The businesses, the hotels, the restaurants, all of the tourism industry relies on aviation, relies on airlines connecting tourists in Central and South America and other parts of the United States to South Florida, to come to our restaurants, to visit our hotels, to support our local economy and local jobs. And so this was a tragedy because a business went under, but it was especially a tragedy because government interference lost a great company before us. I spent the weekend fielding calls from Spirit employees, from flight attendants, from pilots who had given 10, 20, 30 years to this company, had given seniority to this company, only to be failed by, yes, people in Washington, D.C. And look, I'm going to pick on the Democrat Party as a Republican, but I'm also going to call out my own party. Where was the Republican Party in Tallahassee? Where were our so-called leaders filing an amicus brief in federal court when this went to court to be able to protect this company? JetBlue didn't have illusions about Spirit's long-standing financial issues. JetBlue understood that Spirit was a unique company and its employees had an extraordinary talent in being able to make something bigger than what JetBlue was before. JetBlue said, we're going to make sure your employees maintain their seniority. We're going to make sure your employees have access to the same benefits. And what did Washington, D.C. said? They said no, and they blocked it. And here we are just 2 years later in a company in tatters. The employees I spoke to this weekend were heartbroken for themselves and their families, but also what this company meant to them and what it meant to South Florida. Spirit was based in Miramar since 1999. The first flight that my family took was a Spirit Airlines flight. This is not fair. It is not fair what happened here. Companies go under all the time, but it doesn't make the human tragedy behind it palatable. to the government bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., who don't fly Spirit Airlines, who in fact don't even fly commercial, for them to shut down an airline by blocking a merger, upending these lives, is a horrific, horrific tragedy. I'm calling on the airline CEOs, JetBlue, American, Delta, Avelo, Breeze. I am calling on them to do one thing, to do the right thing. Look where you can fill gaps in your employment. Look where you can hire the incredible customer service specialist of Spirit, the incredible office staff of Spirit, the incredible flight attendants and pilots and aircraft mechanics, the people who made this company work. Look at where you can hire great people. And I'm asking you to do two things. Put profit to the side for a moment and hire great employees from Spirit. Give them the same wages, the same benefits, and transfer over their seniority as well. One thing that gets lost in all of this is, well, if you hire them, and even if you give them the same wage and the same benefits, you may not be able to give them the same seniority. I'm asking the CEOs to give them the seniority, give them the pay, give them the benefits. I'm also asking the state of Florida to do something with this building behind us, to remember and to honor the Spirit employees who came here from South Florida and made an indelible impact on this community. I'm calling on the state legislature to make an appropriation to buy this 180,000 square foot building, to make it a public high school, serving both Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach students, and name it after Spirit Airlines and their employees for their unending, undying, unwavering loyalty, not just to the company that they built, but to South Florida, to the jobs, to the memories that they helped craft. I heard a lot this weekend from Spirit employees, yes, but from Spirit travelers. When Spirit was their only option to visit a loved one during the pandemic, when Spirit was the only way they could get an affordable flight down to Colombia or to Peru to visit family. Spirit was more than an airline. It was a community, and it was a distinctly Florida-based community. To all of the airline CEOs obsessed with their third quarter earnings, obsessed with what their stock price is going to do, I'm asking you to look and see where you can hire great Spirit employees in every part of your business. Pay them the same wage they were paying. Give them the same benefits they were receiving. And most importantly, make sure that Spirit employees have that same seniority. The airline industry is close-knit. It's often the case that if you're a Spirit employee, you need to catch a flight on JetBlue or Delta, they'll find you a seat. And in the same way they reached out their hand then, I'm asking airlines to reach out their hand now, to not ignore the humanity for the sake of profit, to not ignore the tragedy for the sake of stock price, but to do the right thing for your airline brothers and sisters and for our Florida community. Spirit was and will always be a Florida airline. And that's why this building should be rededicated as Spirit Aviation and Aerospace High School, serving the next generation of young kids, black or white, rich or poor, from Miami Gardens or Boca, it doesn't matter. The next generation of young kids at a public high school to write the next chapter of aviation history, to pick up the pen where our Spirit brothers and sisters left off, and to honor them with a legacy of their own. Thank you so much. And can we please give a round of applause to the incredible Spirit employees? I'm happy to take any questions. La memoria de esta empresa es impresionante. La gente de la Florida tiene que enfocarse en esa memoria. Tienen que ponerse un poquito de culpa que qué persona, qué gobierno hace daño a empleados? ¿Qué gobierno hace daño a una empresa, a una aerolínea tan importante para nuestra gente?
James, you talked about the Democrats and the merger that they shut down. But you're talking to some of these employees, and they're talking about how the big airlines got major bailouts during the pandemic. They doled out tons of money now, and why is it so hard to dole out what Spirit needs now in their time of crisis? And does the gas prices affect this time?
That's right. There's never one cause to an issue. I think the largest cause is the Democrats, President Biden, Senator Warren blocking this deal. But Spirit employees will tell you that the same airlines that got massive bailouts are now playing a game of hypocrisy. This war with Iran is a mistake. It is a tragedy. I have called it out from the moment it started. Gas prices have spent much of the past 2 months over $100 a barrel, oil prices rather, and that filters through to jet fuel prices. So that's had an obvious impact on the business. That perhaps was the straw that broke the camel's back. But Chris, to your point, the overall weight of this crisis was JetBlue understood the financial troubles that Spirit was in and was willing to take them under their wing, quite literally, consolidate the business and make it even a better version of itself. And that's where the blame should go. But look, I'm not going to play the blame game today. What we need to do is remember the Spirit employees in our community, to remember that they have access to unemployment benefits. They paid into the unemployment system, and they should be able to access that. They should have access to the same government assistance that people have taken advantage of for years. They've actually earned that, and they're entitled to that. So we can play the blame game some other time. But my goal right now is to make sure that they have access to benefits, to make sure that these people get back on their feet. That's why I'm calling on the airline CEOs, the same ones who got bailouts that Spirit didn't get this past weekend, to extend a lending hand. And remember that their business was made better off, that competition is better for all parties. Delta, JetBlue, American, and United was better for the competition and the rigor that Spirit employees brought to the table.
James Fishback speaking earlier today outside the Spirit Airlines headquarters that he says he would like to see turn into a high school there in South Florida. Meanwhile, we are continuing to see a number of employees, former employees of Spirit, gather outside Orlando International Airport, speaking about their concerns, speaking about the plight they find themselves in now that they are without a job, without the benefits that they have relied on for these years. And you heard from several of them saying they were there for more than 2 decades with the Spirit Airlines. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to this afternoon. We are also keeping an eye on 2 o'clock, where we will hear from the Magic Vice President of Basketball Operations, talking about the firing of head coach Jamahl Mosley and what the coaching search might look like. So we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're learning more today about a suspected outbreak of the rare hantavirus, an infection on a cruise ship that killed 3 people and injured several others on this cruise ship that was in the Atlantic Ocean. It's a rare infection, and it's kind of scary to hear these details about what we are learning. But here to put this in perspective for us and talk with us some more, tell us everything we need to know about this, we've got Dr. John Lutnitsky. He was a research professor at the University of Florida College of Public Health, a professor in health professions. And Dr. Lutnitsky, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, my pleasure.
First, I want to get your reaction when you first heard about this outbreak, and kind of what first came to mind.
I think the very important question is which hantavirus it is, and where it, what was the source. So it turns out there are many different hantaviruses, and people get all wigged out because they've read very scary stories about hantaviruses. But there are differences in the types of diseases they cause and the virulence. And for example, in Florida, we even have our own hantavirus. A lot of people have no idea about that one, called Black Creek Canal hantavirus. A lot of people around Lake Okeechobee have it, Miami, this sort of thing. We're not quite sure what it really does in people, probably some type of respiratory infection, but we're not sure. So in this case, there's a lot of concern that these people catch the virus when they disembarked from the ship, because viruses of this type tend to circulate in your body for up to 10 or more days before they actually make you sick, visibly sick. Or did they catch it from rodents in the ship? Because these viruses are generally carried by rodents. So what's the answer? We don't know. And we don't know which virus, which of the hantaviruses made these people sick. So more information is necessary.
So how is this hantavirus then passed on? If the source is rodents, how is this virus spread?
Typically, what happens, if you look at, for example, the virus that killed Gene Hackman's wife, rodent droppings, urine, those sort of thing, may carry the virus. And if you sweep and stir up the air, you can inhale those particles that have the virus. So it's usually an inhalation process. You have dirty hands, you might touch your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and get it that way. But it's typically an inhalation process. The curious thing about this case is if it's a type of South American hantavirus called Andes virus, that one's different. It does cause a very severe pulmonary infection, but that one can be transmitted person to person. So that's why we need to find out whether they caught it when they disembarked someplace. And Andes virus is endemic. It's found in Chile and Argentina. There are 4 different versions of the virus that circulate there. But that's the main question. Where did they get the virus? Was that from a person that had breathed it onto them? Or was it really from breathing rodent excretia? We don't know that yet. That information hasn't been made publicly available.
Clearly something that can have very serious complications. What do the symptoms like and look like, and what is the concern?
Well, with this virus, the fatality rate can be about 40%. Now, we have to be very careful about this because there are different versions of these viruses. Some are more pathogenic, some are less pathogenic. So it's very hard to generalize. Typically, the Andes virus would cause a severe respiratory tract infection, and it's usually called the hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Some people call it hantavirus cardiopulmonary syndrome because it can also affect the heart. What happens essentially is these viruses get into your lungs, they affect your capillaries, make them leak. And so you get a severe respiratory infection, and it can affect other organ systems as well. So for lay people, this is something really bad. You don't want to get it. But we have to be careful because, like I said, there are hantaviruses even in Florida. Louisiana has one that's called Bayou virus, right? But the fatality rates are lower. And these are understudied viruses. There's so many different versions, every one of which causes something slightly different. So the symptoms, the clinical signs can differ a little bit. What's important is these can be very serious infections, and we need to prevent them whenever possible. And the best way of doing that is making sure the environment's clean. You don't have lots of rodent droppings. And of course, if you're in a place where people have it as a respiratory infection, it was just like with COVID. You stay away from people who are coughing and sneezing, right? That's the best you can do.
I want to ask specifically about the outbreak on the cruise ship and kind of that environment, because we know there are some things that they are very quick on cruise ships to to quarantine folks feeling symptoms because of just how quickly things like a norovirus or something can spread in that environment. What is there a similar concern when you're talking about a hantavirus on in an environment like a cruise ship?
Yeah, you're asking the billion-dollar question, because the air handling system in a cruise ship is very compact, right? And the problem is, if it's Andes virus, it can be in your bloodstream for quite a while before you have symptoms. And chances are you're transmitting it before then. What can you do? It's a good thing to quarantine them for sure. But is that entirely effective? We're not entirely sure. A lot more studies have to be done with this group of viruses. These are a group of understudied viruses. So I've tried to get money to study them in the past. It's not very easy, right? And as we get to know more and more about these viruses and the different illnesses they cause, we'll better understand how to cut the transmission chain. You know, what's the most effective thing? But if it's one of these that causes pulmonary syndrome, I am not sure if quarantine is too late by the time people are sick. Probably what they should do here is check all the people on that ship now to make sure they're not carrying the virus. So we can do RT-PCR tests, using their blood. And that would just be, I think, a good way of ensuring that we know who's probably been infected, possibly going to form an illness, And this way we know how to cut the spread of the virus. So this would be standard public health, measures to control the spread.
Well, you talked about trying to get some funding to do more research on this. You might want to reapply for some of those grants because this is something that we know is rare, but this is now the second high-profile case of this in just a few months. Because you talked about Gene Hackman's wife. What do you make of a couple now cases or outbreaks of this making headlines for what is typically considered to be rare?
Well, rare is depending on your point of view. So there are probably many of these infections that are occurring that we just don't know about. So a lot of people get severe respiratory infections, go to their doctors, and a doctor can't look at you and tell you exactly what you have. They might think you have a flu or a bad cold or something like that. And it's only when people start dying that, those alarm bells go off. So the bottom line is there are probably a lot more people who get sick. They're just able to fight these infections off. So for example, here in Florida, supposedly around Lake Okeechobee, a lot of people have been exposed to Black Creek Canal virus. You don't hear about people dying, right? So it's probably the case that healthy younger people can fight off these infections pretty well. If we look at what happened in the cruise ship, the ones that died, I believe, are older people, just like Gene Hackman's wife. But again, we just don't know. There's a lot that we really have to study. And there's so many of these viruses. Some of those in Europe cause primarily kidney disease, for example. And so what you gain from studying those viruses is very different from the ones in the New World, like we have in the United States and in South America. Because ours tend to be more pulmonary, more lung related.
It's interesting, and it's also interesting to hear that we kind of have our own strain of it here in Florida. What about treatment? Is that just essentially then treating the symptoms of the infection, whether it's the pulmonary symptoms or whatever, or is there specific treatment for this?
There are no specific treatments yet. So if someone's having trouble breathing, they might intubate them, give them oxygen. Certainly, if they need fluids, you give them fluids, that sort of thing. But so like I say, these are understudied viruses. So we don't have a messenger RNA vaccine against them. We don't have monoclonal antibodies against them. We don't have antiviral drugs, right, that really work very well against them, not proven. So we try to make the patient comfortable, and certainly you look at the vital signs, especially because some people develop heart problems. And you certainly want to be hospitalized so they can keep up on that. But usually the people, even those who have heart problems, if they're hospitalized, they survive. They do okay. So it's just a matter of staying on top of this and treating, making the patient comfortable, making sure they can breathe, that sort of thing. And making sure they're not, if they have this virus, they're not transmitting it to household members. We have to take that infection control very seriously.
Dr. Lednitsky, last thing I'll ask you here before I let you go, and just what's the bottom line here as we hear this in the headlines? We will likely hear more about this in the next few days. What should we keep in mind? What do we need to know?
Well, I think it's remarkable that very few people know about hantaviruses. And for me, I really want to know which virus it is, because they'll tell us how these people, probably got the virus. Did they get it on board, or did they get it when they were, visiting some port city or something like that? If I were to guess, I would think it was visiting some port city, but I don't know. I can't tell anything yet. It'll be important to know which virus it is genetically, so we can also assess the seriousness of the clinical syndromes. So it would be very bad if there were rodents on this cruise ship that have it. I really doubt it. But the reason to be concerned is these cruise ships go from port to port, right? It's now off Africa. If there were rodents on the ship that carry the virus that then go to Africa, we might be spreading the virus into a new ecological niche, right? So there are many things we have to stay on top of. Know which virus, get an idea of how they probably got the virus, and then we got to make sure that that ship's clean. I suspect it is, but we got to make sure it's clean. And that's no easy task, cleaning it, because they would have to do a thorough fumigation and cleanup, maybe including the air handling systems. But this is the story. I want to know more details. I want to know which virus it is. I think it's hantavirus was only verified in one patient, and the other ones are suspected. But if one patient was truly positive, I'm sure the other ones, if they have the same symptoms, probably have it also, right? But let's try to get more information, and then we got to figure out from that information how to control the best methods to control this before panicking.
Dr. John Lednitsky, research professor at the University of Florida College of Public Health. We really appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus and sharing a lot of helpful information with us.
It was my pleasure speaking with you.
We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. A somber service in St. Lucie County earlier this morning, where the sheriff and a number of other law enforcement officers held a special ceremony to honor the lives of those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to their communities. You're going to hear from St. Lucie County Sheriff Richard Del Toro Jr. speaking at this ceremony earlier today.
Morales. William and Candy Morales, parents of Sergeant Gary Morales. Ken Morales and Brad Morales, brothers of Sergeant Gary Morales. Tanya Scavuzzo, wife of Captain Charlie Scavuzzo. Sydney Halloran, Lindsay, and Nicholas Scavuzzo, the children of Captain Charlie Scavuzzo. Nancy Roberts, daughter of Master Deputy Steve Roberts. Evelyn Briglia, wife of Deputy Santi Briglia. Peyton Briglia, the daughter of Deputy Santi Briglia. Captain Matt Briglia and Nick Briglia, the brothers of Deputy Santi Briglia. Jennifer Mock, wife of Detective Corporal Christopher Mock. Richard and Bobby Mock, father and stepmother of Detective Corporal Christopher Mock. Deputy Brandon Nuccio, K9 Dallas. Thank you all for being here today. To the spouses, children, and parents of loved ones, your presence here today is both humbling and deeply meaningful to us. Your sacrifice did not end on the day your loved one gave their life. It continues in quiet strength that you carry and in the memories you preserve. Please know that you're not alone. You will always remain part of our law enforcement family today and always. We are also honored to be joined today by distinguished guests whose presence reflects the importance of this occasion and the unity of our community. Commissioner Jamie Fowler, thank you for being here today. And Commissioner Aaron Lowry, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for standing with us as we remember those who gave everything in service to others. Across our great nation, the weight of this sacrifice is profound. Since 1776, more than 27,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have been killed in the line of duty. Last year, in 2025 alone, 111 officers gave their lives in service to others. Today, over 24,000 names are etched in the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officer Memorial in Washington, D.C., each one a permanent testament to the courage and sacrifice. These are not just numbers. Behind every name is a story, a son, a daughter, a mother, a father, a friend, and a partner. They left work as they had so many times before, answering the call for service to protect and to stand between danger and the communities they swore to defend, never knowing that day might be their last. Each badge worn, each oath taken carries with it a promise to place service above self, and for those we honor today, that promise was fulfilled with their lives. In St. Lucie County, we carry these names with us. They are part of our history, part of our identity, and part of our foundation upon which this agency stands. At this time, we're going to pause to honor our fallen. Sheriff Daniel S. Carlton, end of watch, May 22nd, 1915. Fatally wounded in a shootout in downtown business district of Fort Pierce, becoming the first St. Lucie County deputy to give his life in the line of duty. Sheriff William Robert Monroe, end of watch, March 25th, 1921. Died when a seized cabin cruiser loaded with illegal liquor, which he was piloting to Fort Pierce, exploded during transport. He was 42 years old, leaving behind a wife and 4 young children. Deputy Soren S. Sorensen, end of watch, March 14th, 1935. Died following a traffic accident while serving as a motorcycle officer. His name stands on both state and national memorial walls. Sergeant Harry Pappy Hollinger, end of watch, August 26, 1985. He was struck by a vehicle while serving as a school crossing guard after retirement. Our firearms range today bears his name, a testament of his commitment to training others. Master Deputy Steve Roberts, end of watch, March 3, 1999. While responding to a traffic accident on North 25th Street, Master Deputy Roberts' motorcycle was struck by another motorist, causing him to sustain critical injuries. A 14-year veteran whose legacy lives on here at Midway Road headquarters, named in his honor. K-9 Vasco, end of watch, June 25th, 2004, sustained a fatal gunshot wounds while assisting Deputy Mike Colton in apprehending a violent carjacking and kidnapping suspect. Vasco gave his life protecting his handler and this community. Master Deputy Joseph S. Hover, end of watch, October 8, 2005. He died following medical complications from a training injury, a dedicated investigator who was the first in our agency to specialize in auto theft cases, helping pioneer that work for those who followed. Sergeant Gary Morales, end of watch, February 28, 2013. Killed after making a traffic stop on a suspect following a brief pursuit. Before he could exit his patrol vehicle, the suspect opened fire, fatally wounding him. The agency's training facility now bears his name, the Sergeant Gary Morales Training Complex, in honor of his legacy and passion for training. Captain Charlie Scavuzzo, end of watch, September 15, 2017. Passed from a massive heart attack in the days following Hurricane Irma after leading this agency through a critical time of emergency response and service. The Special Investigations Division Office bears his name, a tribute to his distinguished service and impact leading narcotics investigations. K-9 Dallas, end of watch, May 31st, 2019, passed away following a sudden illness after training. He joined our agency in 2016, the day after a tragic shooting in Dallas, Texas, that claimed the lives of 5 law enforcement officers and injured 9 others. He was named in honor of those fallen officers. Deputy Alan Refson, end of watch, January 31st, 2013, passed from a heart attack while on duty at the courthouse. A veteran corrections and law enforcement officer who served over 4 decades with professionalism and honor. Deputy Santi Briglia, end of watch, July 22nd, 2024, passed away from a heart attack in the early morning hours after completing his shift. A dedicated corrections deputy who served with honor, integrity throughout his career. His legacy endures through his remarkable artistic talent reflected in the artwork that adorns the halls of the St. Lucie County Jail. Detective Corporal Christopher Mock, end of watch, October 15th, 2025, passed away from a heart attack in the line of duty. A dedicated detective known for his relentless work, ethic, integrity, and compassion, using his expertise to protect the most vulnerable from online predators. These names are just not part of our history. They are a lasting charge to all of us to continue to serve. As your sheriff, I believe that we are a purpose-driven organization, with that purpose being to service other people. That purpose is grounded in who we are and how we serve. We do what is right even when it is difficult, even when no one is watching. We do the best we can in every call, every situation, and every moment this community places this trust in us. And lastly, we treat people how we would want to be treated, because respect, dignity, and compassion are not optional in this profession, they are essential. The men and women we honor today live these values. They set the standard, and through their sacrifice, they have entrusted the standard to us. Thank you all for giving me this honor today to represent our fallen heroes. And I appreciate everyone adapting and overcoming to this rain today and the weather. Our apologies, but we have to just do this to honor them. It's our honor to do it, and we love and appreciate each and every single one of you. So thank you for being here today.
Part of the ceremony there today outside the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office as they discuss and honor those who lost their lives in the line of duty. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County where day 7 of the Julio Fulio trial is continuing. Let's go ahead and listen back in. And again, viewer discretion is advised.
The number, yes, sir.
Was it in the first 3 digits?
I think so.
Like, you know how you say 813 Tampa or 904
It was in the first. It was in the first 3 digits. It was in the area code, or it was in the beginning of the first number.
Okay, so before you have like the hyphen and then you get the last 4.
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
I think I'm sure. I think I'm positive.
Would it surprise you if Mr. Murphy's phone doesn't have a 2 in the first 3 digits? Would that be surprising to you?
It wouldn't be surprising. That means he wasn't calling me. If he was calling me from a different number, then.
Okay, so he's calling you from a different number than his own.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't have saved his number in your phone, correct?
No, sir.
So actually, this whole thing started allegedly because you reached out to him first, correct?
Correct.
Would the number that he was calling from end up being in your phone because of that communication, correct? Because it was a FaceTime.
Correct.
And you had that number since you got out of prison in 2023, correct?
No, that phone wasn't in service.
I'm sorry?
The phone wasn't in service.
Okay, so the phone that you were talking to him from, it was the phone you had since you got out of prison.
No.
It was a different phone?
Yes, sir.
And that phone had a username, correct?
Correct.
Kenny Caps?
No, sir. 8 p.m. Yes, sir. 8 p.m. Kenny Caps. Yes, sir.
8 BM Kenny Caps?
Correct.
And it also had a 904 area code and 203 were the first 3 digits, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall what that number was?
No.
But you had that phone on you when you were arrested in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
And that phone was seized or taken by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And that's where it is as far as you know right now as we speak today.
Correct.
So talking a little bit, strike that. The drill rap videos that you talked about a little bit on direct examination, you've seen lots of them, right?
Correct.
And it may not be just 6-block videos, may not be just 1,200 videos. You look at a lot of drill rap videos, don't you?
Correct.
And is that because you just like the music, you're a rapper yourself? Are you a drill rap video at times? A drill rap rapper at times too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you just rap, you don't drill rap?
No. Yes, sir. Correct.
I'm sorry, you know what?
Correct.
Okay. But you've seen a lot of them, correct?
Correct.
And they are put on social media, on YouTube, in order to get clicks, correct?
Correct.
And that turns into money based on views and based on the platform that's being utilized, right?
Correct.
And it's been your experience that everything that's said in those drill rep videos are not true, correct?
Yes, sir. Depends.
So some is, some is not, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that portions of what are in these videos, regular videos, drill rep videos, aren't always correct, are they?
Correct.
They're not always true, are they?
Correct.
They don't always have facts in them as much as they have lyrics that people want to hear, correct?
Correct.
So, talking about your history a little bit, Mr. Howard, as you testified earlier. It's your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Wright Adams, correct?
Rephrase that.
It is your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Wright Adams in 2018 at Rains High School, correct?
When is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you, isn't that a fact?
Correct.
And that was like anything else in Jacksonville that has to do with neighborhoods, not gangs, I know you said, but neighborhoods. Lots of people in Jacksonville knew that, didn't they? They knew it immediately.
Correct.
And people that were there knew it, correct?
I can't speak on them. I can't speak.
Well,
I don't know.
When it happened, you were around, right? You just didn't shoot anybody, right?
Correct.
And other people that were there knew and saw what happened, correct?
If he knows,
Yeah.
if you know.
I can't say who saw. I don't.
You don't know who was there when it happened?
I do, but I can't say that everyone, other people saw.
Okay.
I got more. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that they were there, other people were there in the proximity of where it occurred, watching what was happening? You agree with that?
I agree that other people was in the proximity. Correct.
And I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
He said he agrees there are other people in the proximity.
Okay. So you would also agree with me that there was
More questioning right now. One of the witnesses, as the day 7 of the Julio Fulio murder trial continues today. We've heard a lot of a discussion about the ongoing feud between the gangs that the rappers were involved in, and those accused of killing him as well. So that is some more of that line of questioning that we're hearing this afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now where we are anticipating hearing from Jeff Weltman, the Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Orlando Magic, speaking in the next couple of minutes about the decision to fire Jamahl Mosley. We'll have that for you on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere here on Fox Local.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and also on Fox 35 TV. We are continuing to track the news today that Orlando Magic have fired their head coach, Jamahl Mosley. This coming after another early exit from the playoffs, and this time blowing a 3-1 series lead against the Detroit Pistons. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Advent Health Training Center, where any minute now we expect to hear from Vice President of Basketball Operations, Jeff Weltman, who is going to talk about the decision to part ways with Coach Mose, and also no doubt talk about the search for a new head coach. We do just have, just into our newsroom, a statement now from Jamahl Mosley talking about his time here in Orlando and talking about his firing. Here is his statement, saying it's been an incredible 5+ years, and this organization and city will always mean so much to me and my family. In my heart, I truly hope that during our time here, we were able to impact the players, staff, and the Magic organization in a meaningful and lasting way. I want to sincerely thank the DeVos family for the extraordinary opportunity to serve as head coach of the Orlando Magic. To our fans, there is nothing but love in my heart. The joy I had coaching this team in this city for the people who live here is something I will never forget. All I ever wanted was to make you proud to be Magic fans, and my journey here will certainly stay with me forever. So a typically classy statement there from Jamahl Mosley, who so many who have had the chance to work with him as members of the media or otherwise have nothing but good words to say about Coach Mosley as a person. But the Orlando Magic as an organization saying it is time for a new voice and a fresh perspective as well. That was their statement earlier today, saying we're grateful to Jamahl for all he's done for the Orlando Magic. We appreciate his leadership and the positive contributions he made as a head coach. While this was a difficult decision, we feel it's time for a new voice and fresh perspective. We wish Jamahl and his family nothing but the best. Again, it was 5 years that Jamahl Mosley was head coach of the Magic. He was hired back in 2021. As you see there, his regular season record was below 500, did make 3 playoff appearances, but made first-round exits in the playoffs for 3 straight years as well. So not taking the step forward that many thought this team would or should at this point. We also want to hear from you while we are waiting on the start of this news conference. So let me pull up our poll question as well this hour. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. What do you want to see next for the Magic? Do you want to see the new name of who that next head coach might be? Do you think maybe they need to trade for another player, make another move with the roster and bring in another star to maybe help Paolo Banchero? Or do you say go all in on the draft? So we want to hear from you. You can let your voice heard. Again, fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We did have the chance earlier today to talk with the Sixth Man Show, Jonathan Osborne, Kevin Tucker, the co-hosts of that Orlando Magic podcast, joining us today to kind of give some of their initial reactions to what we heard, talking about really what went wrong for this team, but also some of the legacy of Jamahl Mosley and his tenure here. So you can watch that full thing on YouTube and on Fox Local. Here is Jeff Weltman just walking to the microphone. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Say a few words. As you guys know, this morning I met with Coach Mosley and let him know that we were going to be making a change. We had a great talk, and as you would expect from Jamahl, he handled it with class and gratitude and appreciation. And I think it goes without saying that Coach is going to have a very successful NBA career in front of him, and we wish him nothing but the very best for him and his family. With that, I guess we'll open it up to questions.
Jeff, kind of, what went into that, tough decision to move on from Jamahl?
Yeah, it's the hardest decision you have to make, and especially for someone as talented and as great of a person as Jamahl is, and everything he gave to the organization over the past 5 years. Obviously, we have lost in the first round the last 3 years, and that's an organizational matter. That's not on one person, but it just seems like it's time for a new perspective, maybe a fresh voice, and for us to all be able to, get a different vantage point on what's going on with our team.
When did you make that decision? When did you come to the conclusion?
There's not like a line you cross or anything like that. These are things that you evaluate through the course of the season, and I think I don't have an answer for a particular moment in time. This is something that you're always constantly evaluating and changing, and it's a crazy roller coaster ride, an NBA season, and string 5 of them together, and it just felt like this was the right time.
When you look back at this series, going up 3-1, and the team doesn't get the job done, what swung it, and what do you just think about when you think about the series?
Well, obviously the first thing is that's a gut punch, and that's going to remain with our team this summer. We know that a lot of our season will be filtered through that lens. What happened? I can point to a lot of things, and you guys have heard this before, but I think what happened is we were up 3-1 against the number 1 seed in the East that won 60 games, and Franz got hurt, and it altered the series. We still had 2 chances to, put them away in games 5 and 6, and I think that there's a lot to be taken away from that, and I don't want to overreact to, the second half of Game 6 the same way I don't want to overreact to the first half of Game 6, when we were up 22 points. I think that, it's our job to step back and look at the big picture of what works, what doesn't work, and to not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
You mentioned kind of the process of these last 5 years and getting into the playoffs the last 3 years. What didn't enable this team to kind of make that leap, and why did it not seem to respond with Coach Mose this year?
I don't know. There's a lot that goes into that, and I think that, when we talk about like making that leap again, we were up 3-1. I think we were kind of feeling pretty good about where we were in the series. We had taken home court advantage. We had a commanding lead in the series, and obviously, injuries change the dynamics of what happens. And even with that, we had a couple of real opportunities to close the series. So when we say we fell short, I think we need to evaluate what happened and not just say well, that's the 3rd time in a row, right? So it's every series is different, every game is different, every situation is different. Obviously, we're always going to be pushing to improve this team. I think we have gotten better this year, honestly. Last year, for the last couple of years, we've been, top 5 defensive team and a really poor offensive team. This year, and again, I say this when healthy, because everything is predicated on that. We were top 5 defense and top 10 offense, and we liked the trend that presented. We liked where we felt that would take us, and I think we saw that in the playoffs, by going up 3-1 against the number 1 seed in the East. I think we saw some of what we had hoped to see. So I don't want to, tear this thing down and dismantle it because, of the way it ended, and certainly because of one half,
How frustrating is it to never really see this group at full strength outside of a few games here and a few games there? And that happened for now multiple seasons in a row.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but it's also very encouraging because whenever they are together, they've been elite, and I feel like there are, different ways to build a team, and We're built on physicality, on versatility, on good defensive personnel, and ultimately guys that can elevate their games in the playoffs. And it's not easy to find all those traits. And I think that what we had hoped would happen in the playoffs happened. And obviously, it's hard to outrun injuries. It's hard. It's very frustrating. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of encouragement that we can take away from what we do see when we are healthy.
So what are you looking for in the next head coach that is different from Jamahl Mosley?
I don't say different. I don't think we look for a particular, trait or a quality. I think, coaches come in a lot of different shapes and sizes, and someone that kind of looks at our team in the way that we feel can help move us forward. Obviously, someone who understands where we are on our timeline, that we've kind of tried to get past like the growth stages of the rebuild, and some of that is maybe stuff that we have to look at as a front office this summer. But I don't have like a box to say we want the next coach to come out of this sort of box, whether that's experienced, exodus, I'm not really sure. I think that's more like want to have really in-depth conversations with people about how they view our team, maybe see some things that we haven't seen, and kind of go from there.
Jeff, would you say that the players were fully bought into Jamahl and his style and his philosophy?
Yeah, I think a lot gets made of it's a long season. A lot of frustration comes out. You're talking about like the most competitive people on the planet, like sharing a locker room, sharing losses, sharing tough times together, and stuff is going to come out, But I think the way that we came into the playoff series, showed that we were together, that we believed in ourselves, and obviously opened the series strongly.
So this decision wasn't made independently of the playoff result then?
No, this isn't based on any one thing, one game, 1 week, one series. These are more kind of like more macro issues, and I think, like I said, like it's human relationships, right? Like relationships run their course sometimes. It's the same people in the same room, and it's not easy, and it's not always fair. But I think for us at the time now, a fresh perspective can maybe help us move forward.
For a lot of the players on this roster, Paolo, Franz, Jalen especially, this will be their first coaching change that they've gone through. How did they take the news when you spoke to them, and what's sort of the feel? Obviously the team's probably down from the series loss, but what's the feeling among the players that you've spoken to about where this team is?
I didn't do exit interviews today. Today was more about talking with the staff, and obviously those mostly impacted by the moves that we made today. I'll get to that stuff in the next few days. But you're right, it's the first time they've been through it. I think there's a strong sense of belief and commitment from all of our players. I think that they're, frustrated, and I don't even know what the word is right now, but I think we're all like a little shell-shocked from this series, quite honestly. That'll come in the next few days.
Do you have an expectation for the next coach to have previous head coaching experience, or, Mose was obviously a first-time head coach. Do you anticipate maybe hiring someone like that, or will they have prior experience?
I don't want to kind of come to it with any preconceived, like non-negotiables. I think that, there are some really talented young guys out there that haven't gotten a chance yet, as Mose was. There are also some guys that have proven that they can do the job, and what's the best fit for our team right now, I don't think you can really know more than speculate until we really get in and talk to them and exchange ideas and their thoughts on our team. And I think that'll hopefully lead us where we need to go. And I think the more kind of preconditions you put on that, maybe you kind of may give yourself a worse chance of getting to the right place.
Do you have a timetable of when you might want to hire the next person?
We're going to, meet immediately and start to figure out what that grouping could look like, and then, decide how we want to conduct those, initial meetings. A great number of candidates have already reached out to us, but honestly, today is not really about that. Today's about helping our people get through today, and we'll get to that really quickly.
there's like 4 or 5 teams also looking for a head coach right now. How much does that affect the coaching search, knowing that there are other teams also looking to hire the same candidates?
Yeah, I mean that always, that always factors into this stuff. I think like one of the things that you have to do is assess, is your job attractive? And I do think our job is attractive. I think that people look at us as a young, growing, forward-moving team with talent and chemistry and fit and a kind of defensive backbone. So I hope that that's the case. I think that's the case. And you can't try to, I think, jump it just because like another team might hire somebody. Obviously, as you get further along, you do get a little more intimate with some of like, hey, this is the job that we want. You guys are our number one choice, or et cetera, et cetera. So, but that stuff is way too soon now. I don't think we ourselves know how we would, kind of pursue it. So that maybe comes along later.
Jeff, along those lines, is this roster good enough to make a deep playoff run?
So, here's what I'll say to that. I think we went up 3-1 against the number one team in the East. And had we stayed healthy, I like to imagine where we would have gone in this series and beyond. I think that when you build a team for the playoffs, you try to construct a roster that has the attributes that we have, and it's not easy. And it's to get the positional versatility, the guys that can elevate their games when they matter the most. I think that, the physicality, I think a lot of the way that we're built is designed to be successful in the playoffs. And I think we unfortunately didn't see enough of that, but when healthy, we got a pretty good look at that. And I don't see any reason why we couldn't have competed with anybody else in the East if we can compete with the number one team like that. So, I understand, even, last night, Paolo's frustration. Hey, we got to get better. 100%. Like, if anybody's walking through this building not uncomfortable right now, then, we don't want them here, But that said, I also know that, when we speak in the moment, we're frustrated, and it's our job to kind of pull back from that, understand what works, what doesn't work, and then really assess, I think, to some of your guys' questions, what's the likelihood that we can know that what works, we can get to the court enough? That's the other part of the question.
This team is in the luxury, or will be in the luxury tax next year for the first time.
Pardon me?
Luxury tax questions.
Yes.
And how that affects the team with Powell's extension kicking in. Is this team prepared to be in the luxury tax?
Yes, we are. We know that we're going to be a tax team next year.
Jeff, when health is, you mentioned it a ton of times, it's health, right?
Yep.
And injuries are going to happen throughout the season, minor injuries, but the fact that it's been major injuries that have caused issues this season, last players themselves, how do you make sure this team is able to stay healthy outside of the minor things that happen in an 82 game season?
Yeah. It's funny, Jason, because I really look at this season specifically as a really interesting case study of that question, because obviously we've got some guys who have struggled with this, it's been kind of like trends, and we have to figure that stuff out. They've also been contributors to, when we have been able to get them on the court, success. And there are a lot of teams that are built man, if we can just keep these guys healthy for the playoffs, we can make a deep run. How often do you hear that, And I think what we saw is that we can be one of those teams. Now, hopefully we're younger and we don't have to deal with that issue, right? But I think at least we can be in that conversation. So when I look at this year, I look at, the overriding injury this season was Franz, right? I don't know what to say. I think Franz had played, you guys probably know, 22, 23 games in a row to start the season. We were, I think, playing good basketball. Our record reflected that. We were giving elite teams problems. And a guy landed on his back. It's not a soft tissue injury. A guy landed on his back. And so, that had a big impact on our season, I think that when we look at the medical evaluations of our team, I can also look at the other side of it, which is, Wendell Carter played 78 games this year, way more than he's historically played in recent seasons. Desmond Bane played 82 games this year, which, if you look at how many games he's customarily played over the course of the season, is a huge outlier, And I credit both of those guys, for what they've meant to us and that they knew they had to kind of forage through, as all of our guys do. But I think that you can't talk about one without talking about the other, and recognizing that each injury is different and understanding are these patterns, or is this just like an outlier? And I think that's the world that we have to examine these in.
You mentioned fresh perspective.
President of Basketball Operations, Jeff Weltman, continuing to take questions right now. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Magic President of Basketball Operations, Jeff Weltman, continuing to take questions from reporters about the decision to fire head coach Jamahl Mosley and what the coaching search will look like. He said they've already heard from some candidates as well for a search that's going to begin immediately. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
It's elevated our offense. So that being said, listen, obviously, we're like all teams. We want to get shooters. We want to get better. We want to round out the roster with players that, can come in and add skill and shooting to the court 100%. I do think that, that opens the door to some questions that our front office has to ask of itself this year about roster composition and how we even kind of like more back end of the bench supply ourselves with some of those things. That we're very compressed financially and we don't have a whole lot of capital to deal with, but that's going to be our challenge this summer. But I do think that we did take a step forward this year, which I think showed up in the playoffs, and I think Des, made a huge difference. Our starting lineup took a leap.
when you look at kind of the bigger picture, obviously Franz missed a lot of time, and that kind of pushed Paolo into the forefront. He's still a young player, still kind of growing in this league. But what did you see from him and
from Paolo?
From Paolo, like what do you see from him this season? And he challenged himself as much as anyone, I think, after the game yesterday. But what's going to be the challenge for him moving forward in his career?
Yeah, sometimes I think we lose sight. Because I think when you take a 3-1 lead, in the playoffs, you kind of lose sight of just, our youth. And even like our main guys are still learning. There's a lot of new experience that they're, processing, And I think, we've been in the playoffs. We're, I think, one of 8 teams to be in the playoffs the last 3 years. And with a team this young, I think that's a good starting place. But I think Paolo's really hard on himself. He's really competitive. He's really driven. He's a great learner. And I think that our group is really attached, and I think that they believe. Paolo, I think, shows you who he is in the playoffs, So, some of this, as I always come back to, is like, we have to look at ourselves, our roster construction, everything else. But I think it starts in the summer and it builds out through the season, and I think Paolo's going to have a great year next year.
We've seen in the past where players get an opportunity to consult with the front office about who they want in their next head coach. How much are you going to rely on Paolo, Desmond, Franz, the core's opinion of this roster and how the next...
I would never put players in that position, I think that, it's our job to listen to what they feel about the team and where we need to get better and the elements that we need to improve in, and then it's our job to go hire a coach.
How, just again, kind of moving into having a new coach and that new experience, how coachable do you think, or how eager to be maybe coaching a different way do you think this team is to reach that next level?
I think this team is incredibly hungry and competitive and dying to please our fans and prove to everybody, how good the team is. And so I think that that's one of the reasons that we are an attractive job. And I think that we're going to be speaking to some really interesting candidates. And yeah, I think that the players are going to embrace our new coach and give them everything they've got.
You mentioned about
President of Basketball Operations Jeff Weltman saying he believes Orlando's an attractive job, that the team, when they're healthy, can be elite, and that they are ready to take the next step. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, give you a live look at the Kia Center. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It is 2:30 now. I want to let you know we're expecting to hear shortly from Governor Ron DeSantis, who is speaking in a conference in Los Angeles. So we'll be checking in on that coming up in just a few minutes. He's going to be talking about workforce readiness. So we'll check in with him coming up in just a few minutes when that event gets underway. Right now, though, it's time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13's Kylie Jones, joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. And Kylie, we appreciate you joining us. I know we start with a disturbing case of animal cruelty that's being investigated in your area.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon. It's heartbreaking, and the video, it's hard to hear. The video is even harder to watch, so I want to give you guys a fair warning that we're going to show you some video of some of these incidents that happened involving a woman and a very little puppy. We're not going to show you the full video because, again, this is really disturbing and really upsetting, but the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office made an arrest last week. Deputies say a woman was arrested. She's now facing several charges of aggravated animal cruelty. Deputies say it happened Thursday night around 8:30. It wasn't a person in the neighborhood. It wasn't a witness who saw this, but actually the Sheriff's Office real-time crime center cameras. So these are cameras that are set up around the community, around the county, keeping an eye on crime in the area. They observed one of the operators on the other end was watching all of the cameras, and she actually saw some behavior that caught her eye. Deputies said the operator saw a woman in the street. She grabbed this little puppy in the street, and you can see on the video she appears to fling the puppy. The puppy comes running back to her. She's seen kicking it a couple of times and then grabs that puppy again and flings it, the sheriff said, about 10 feet in the air. And that puppy did have a broken leg. It's about a 1-year-old. They think it's a Maltese mix, about 5 to 10 pounds. So you can imagine just how tiny this dog is. So again, the puppy has a broken leg. We got to see it, though. It is recovering. But the sheriff just said this is a horrific a horrific situation, and he was disgusted as he was talking about it. So she is in jail right now. She appeared in court. She got bond, but she is still behind bars as of right now.
Yeah, disturbing case. Like you said, that video certainly hard to watch. Next in our Tampa Connection, learning some new details on a fire at the USF's campus in St. Pete. What do we know?
Yeah, so we've been following this since the weekend. There was a fire that broke out at USF's St. Pete campus. Like you said, this happened on Saturday evening. It was at the Marine Science Building. You could see the scene from across downtown St. Pete. Videos were going up of dark plumes of smoke that were covering part of the downtown area. You could see the flames from the Harborage Marina. If you're familiar with the area, the fire was contained, but fire crews are still trying to figure out the cause of this fire. Now, officials said there were chemicals inside the building. Again, a marine science building, and they were trying to figure out if anything did leak. But there were dozens of fire units on scene. About 200 firefighters responded to that marine science lab. Again, this is on USF's St. Pete campus. But most importantly, the fire chief said that nobody was inside, and luckily there were no injuries. But the building is about 80 years old, so there's not much to salvage. I believe they said this was about to be about a total loss, but no other buildings were damaged, which, given the gravity and the size of this fire, is kind of miraculous. But operations have resumed on campus. We are still following this, though, today and trying to get more information. You can see those images are just awful to see, and really hard, especially for all the people who work inside that building.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And finally, we know it was a tough loss for the Orlando Magic in the playoffs yesterday. It was also Game 7 for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and another tough loss. But what a series that was.
Oh, it was the worst way to end the series, I know, and everybody was so excited. We were back in Tampa for a Game 7. Everybody was really hoping that the Lightning would pull through. It was a nail-biter the whole time. If you watched the game, you could probably feel the energy on TV. I know I did. It was a packed arena at Benchmark. There was one goal scored in each period, but again, the Canadians, they ended up coming away with the win. So it was a tough loss for the Lightning. I know everybody was real excited, but unfortunately, the Bolts have been eliminated from the playoffs in the first round now 4 years in a row. So really tough for everybody here in Tampa. They had a great run this season, though, but it was a tough way to go out.
Yeah, disappointing, that's for sure, especially after several first-round exits, kind of similar to the Magic in that way. So, just a tough weekend for sports fans around here. But again, that was a great series. So they certainly have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, looking ahead to next year, though. So maybe fifth time's the charm. We'll see.
All right, let's hope. Fox 13, Kylie Jones, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now. And TJ, we loved that little bit of a cool down. It was so nice. It was so refreshing. But now we're heading right back toward the 90s.
We are. I tried to bottle it up. I'm like, this might be the last cold front we get, Garrett, for months to come. So I was like, I'm going to try to enjoy this feeling while we have it, because it might be the long time before the long haul before we get it again. But we are starting to warm up. It still feels nice out there. Haven't had that humidity today. Temperatures are in the lower 80s for the most part. Still a little cooler near the beaches with that onshore wind. But the pleasant thing on our Monday is certainly the dry air. Dew points are in the 40s and 50s for most of Central Florida. Still slightly muggier down to our south and east, but that's going to be the noticeable trend over the next few days. Warming up and feeling the mugginess return. Overnight, still might want a light jacket north and west of the Orlando metro. Mid-60s around Orlando, slightly milder near the coastline. Then tomorrow, already jumping up close to 90 degrees under that mixture of clouds and sunshine. Might see a sprinkle or two, but I'd say the theme is going to be the heat and the humidity. We'll feel the mugginess over the next few days, all thanks to this ridge of high pressure building in. And you can see it expanding the warmth and the drier conditions through midweek onward. And I think we're going to have temperatures starting to approach probably the mid-90s as we hit around Thursday and Friday, Garrett. I'd say Thursday for sure. Wednesday and Thursday, that's going to be the timeline where we hit that hot point of the week. We are watching a cold front. It does look like it could bring us maybe some showers and a couple storms as we progress through Thursday, Friday into the weekend, but it looks like chances not quite as great as we saw over our Saturday. So we'll be watching that system, but I'd say for now, not a great chance of rain and just staying summer-like and hot into late week.
All right. And then, like you said, just got to be prepared to deal with that now.
Yeah. Now that we're in May, at least we can look forward to the rainy season, hopefully starting a little later on this month, and we can start to see some of this drought get chipped away at too.
Yeah, that's going to take some work.
Yeah,
about that.
A lot of moisture needed to make that up for sure.
Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday, May 4th. May the 4th be with you. It is a day that we celebrate all things Star Wars, and it is a day that brings huge crowds out to Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And so joining us live now from Galaxy's Edge, we are pleased to check in with Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live now. Theron, it looks pretty busy out there today.
You are absolutely right when it comes to the crowds. Behind me, we have got the Millennium Falcon, and we're here at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And it's already a pretty popular land, but you might be able to tell it is very, very popular. It's normal if you're here right now, if you want to buy some exclusive merchandise or some exclusive food, you can wait 20 minutes. They had a 30-minute wait to go and meet some of the First Order stormtroopers, but I don't see a lot of complaints. I see a lot of excitement, a lot of people in costumes, and they're very, very excited to be here. There's a ton of energy inside of this park right now.
Well, and so one of those things, there are a lot of special things that if you do go there today, you know, to be there and kind of part of this, a lot of fun things to check out. What is kind of new that folks can experience?
Well, one of the ones I actually saved it just for you guys today for May the 4th. It is pink milk. So Disney has had blue milk before that was famous in the original Star Wars films, and then they had green milk, and they had both of those available to purchase here at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. A lot of people said that the green milk, and I kind of agree, tastes a little bit like flowers. The blue milk tastes a little bit like soap. And so now here live on camera for my first reaction, we're going to try the pink milk. If you want to buy this here in the park, it's $9.79 before tax. And for an additional $10, you can get rum in it, but this is just the normal version. It's hot out today, as you might be able to expect, but it's not excruciating hot. This is quite refreshing. This actually tastes a lot like a strawberry banana smoothie with like just the slightest hint of coconut. It's funny, it smells like bubblegum, but it doesn't taste like bubblegum. So it's throwing me off a little bit there, but it's actually pretty good. Now, it's not the world's biggest drink for $10, but when I took all of my friends here for the first time ever and we got blue milk, they didn't care. They would have paid any price to come and experience Star Wars, and we're seeing that with a lot of fans today. There's a ton of people who are here, and they're just so excited to experience and hang out with Star Wars.
And so to those who aren't familiar, when you're saying pink milk, that's not actually milk.
You are correct, yes. It is actually rice milk, though. That's how they make all of the milks. They do use it with rice, but there is no dairy inside of this. Don't worry. You don't have a bunch of people here in the middle of Florida all drinking milk on a hot day. But it is going to be a frozen, chilled drink. All three of them are going to be like that. But today, it's the first time you can go and try out the pink version, and it's going to be sticking around for now. At least that's what they're expecting so far.
And it gets the Theron White thumb of approval, thumbs up?
It does. I will say, I think my favorite is still going to be the green milk. I really like that one, especially because it's kind of, I don't want to call it chunky because that sounds like a bad way to say that, but it's so cold when it's served that the icing inside of there, all the ice pieces really kind of make for a perfect thing in Florida. But this is good. I think it was worth a try and a test.
All right. And so some other merchandise and things that folks can check out too?
Yeah, one of the ones that you can see right there on screen, if you've seen some Starbucks stuff, they sell it all over the world. You're able to get, like, I was here in Seattle or I was here in New York, and you can go and specifically get a mug for that. I loved it. I saw this today on the way in. They've got the Discovery series, so you can go and grab one off of one of the different Star Wars planets. What you're seeing right there, they have a map just for today, and that is going to be related to May the 4th. It kind of tells you where to get merchandise, where to get food, and what kind of stuff you can try out. I think probably the most popular one I've seen right now is right behind me, actually. It is a C-3PO popcorn bucket. And so it's C-3PO's head. And you're able to go and get that as a popcorn bucket. His eyes glow up, and it's really, really cool. But they have a ton of different popcorn options here today. They've got a ton of different merchandise. They've even got 2 alcoholic drinks where the Swizzlers, the little sticks that are inside of them, are light-up lightsabers, and you can actually recharge them. So if you want, like, a 4-inch lightsaber, you can get that.
Well, that's cool. A lot of things to check out there, and you know, it's neat to see a lot of folks kind of dressed up and really just making the most of that atmosphere out there today.
I completely agree. One of the things that I definitely miss that they no longer do at Disney's Hollywood Studios is Star Wars weekends. When they used to do that, people would come in and they would be dressed up. They'd have the Star Wars like official actors that would come here, and they'd make a big thing about it. But that did exist before Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. This land behind me existed. So it's great to see on a day like today, tons of people are dressed up. They're really getting into it. They're not afraid of the Florida heat. They'll wear the headgear. They'll wear everything. And so that's something you don't get to see as much now at Disney's Hollywood Studios as you did at the time when it was the Star Wars weekend. So that is a very, very cool thing to see. And that's not the end. I mean, on May 22nd, the ride behind me, Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run, it's getting an update with the Mandalorian and Grogu movie that's coming out on the exact same day. More stuff is going to be coming there, new missions, more customization, and Grogu, or Baby Yoda, is going to be a part of it. So that's very cool as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of excitement over that update to the ride. What do we know about that update, and what is it? What's going to be different about it from what's there now?
Right now, if you go on, there's going to be one singular mission on the inside, and you're going to go get coaxium. It's kind of like fuel in the Star Wars universe. But on the new one, there's going to be 3 totally different missions that you can do that go to 3 different planets, and you actually get to pick. You can go to Bespin, which a lot of people know as the Cloud City. That was in Star Wars Episode 5. You can go to Coruscant, which is at the heart of the galaxy itself. It is an entire planet made of cities. Or you can go to Endor, and the Death Star is going to be there. So all 3 of those are going to be separate missions. You actually get to choose, and then there's different things that you can do as each person. So the front 2 people, they get to be the pilots. The next 2 people are going to be gunners, and the people in the back are engineers. The engineers had some complaints when the ride originally came out. They didn't get to do as much. They would press a lot of buttons, but it kind of felt like you were just pressing buttons to press buttons. Now you're actually the communications team with Grogu. We don't know all of the exact stuff that we're going to be able to do with him and be able to talk to Baby Yoda. But it's very adorable that he's essentially going to be there. And I hope he pops up on a screen and kind of adds to that. So we know that there's going to be customization. We know you get to pick your planets. And then we know there's going to be some new music that's going to be on there as well. This is essentially the world's largest video game directly behind me. And so it's great that they're able to update that and add new missions.
Yeah. What are wait times like out there today?
They're honestly not terrible. Right behind me right now, Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run is about 55 minutes. The line, though, is entirely staying inside the shade. When I first walked into this land, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, the mega attraction of this land, it was down. But before that, I had seen that it was about an hour and a half, which, if you know, when that ride first opened, it was normal for that attraction to hold a 3 to 4 hour wait. It's not that bad for a day where we are just packed with Star Wars fans in every direction. We've got even some people behind me that are dressed up here as C-3PO and R2-D2. So it's just great. Everyone that's doing from just the smallest little outfits with a little reference down to full-fledged costumes. There's a lot of Star Wars fans here. There's a lot of excitement. And it didn't make the waits too bad. I would say that the waits to meet the characters and to get some of the exclusive merchandise might be worse than the rides.
Huh, interesting. Okay, before I let you go, what's your favorite Star Wars movie?
Oh, that has got to be Revenge of the Sith. I love that episode 3. We kind of get to see Anakin go into being Darth Vader. And if you didn't know that, if that was a spoiler, it's been out for 20 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities to have seen it by now. I would have to go with Empire Strikes Back. To me, that is just the pinnacle. But I do like episode 3. I think that's a good one. But to me, just hard to beat Empire.
It is very hard to beat that. Yes, I do agree. That's a fantastic option.
You can't go wrong with any of them, at least from the original trilogy, that is. We could talk more about this, but we are out of time. And Theron, we appreciate you joining us live from Hollywood Studios, from Galaxy's Edge. And trying out that pink milk. Enjoy that.
Absolutely. I'll teach you one last thing before I go. If you want to say hello here in Batu, you're going to say bright suns, because as we know in Florida, we've got some really, really bright suns. So hello, bright suns, and I'll see you next time.
All right, Theron, thanks. Enjoy the rest of your day out there, and may the 4th be with you as well. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We are now seeing word of the first lawsuit against the state's new congressional maps. This comes just a couple of hours after Governor Ron DeSantis announced that he signed those new maps into law earlier today. We're talking about redistricting, the mid-decade push that Governor DeSantis had called the special session for, that over 2 days last week, the state House and Senate met and discussed and passed those new voting maps that could cut the number of democratically held seats in the state when it comes to our congressional delegation from 8 to 4. So a lot of questions about that. We broke down some of the math and what it might look like earlier today with Jacob Ogles from Florida Politics. But again, the news this afternoon, a lawsuit now been filed. This is from the Equal Ground Group and a Democratic election lawyer who is filing this lawsuit. So we'll dive into more about that coming up this week. But again, this was an expected challenge. It was just a matter of time before it happens. Anytime there's redistricting and new maps like this, that is certainly an expected thing. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, Governor DeSantis signing that new congressional district map today, and then a lawsuit following shortly after. I want to get you live, though, to Southern California, where Governor DeSantis is taking part in a roundtable discussion, or panel discussion, I should say. This is at the Milken Institute. They're having their global conference. It's a nonpartisan, non-profit think tank, and he was sitting down with Charles Gasparino, a Fox Business correspondent, to talk about workforce readiness. I want to play for you some of their conversation, again, going on right now in Beverly Hills. Let's listen in.
State. I'm always asked about, Florida's doing this, Florida's doing this. Oh, how'd you do this? How'd you do that? Oh, you did that, you did that. And yes, we are proud of policy. We think we've gotten it right, and we've done a lot of good stuff. But the reality is I do have a lot of help. If you wanted to give Realtor of the Year, I wouldn't pick anybody in Florida. I would pick mayors in New York and Chicago and some of these governors. They're basically the best ambassadors for Florida that we could ever ask for, and we've seen it, and people have voted with their feet, and it's in some respects it's good to see people respond to good policy. But just as an American, and I gotta say, I don't think it's good that one guy gets elected mayor and then people feel like they have to flee the city. That is not a good thing for our country, but we've definitely seen it. And I think the thing that has frustrated a lot of people, so Chicago's had problems, right? During COVID, they had Lightfoot. A lot of people were complaining. We'd have people come down to Florida all the time. And they responded to all those problems, not by correcting the problems, but electing somebody who was exacerbating the problems. And I think when people see that, they just don't have confidence that things can get turned around politically.
So you're not paying them?
I'm not paying him.
Okay.
I'm not paying, but I do give credit where credit's due.
Okay. Realtor of the Year, Zoran Mandami. His first private sector job, by the way. He recently stepped up his attacks on wealth creators. He stood outside a guy that gives a lot of jobs to New York, a guy named Ken Griffin from Citadel. When that happened, it was kind of a point where a lot of business people in New York said, what are we doing here? This occurred about a month ago. Did you see any uptick in people saying, calling your office, we might move down?
I've definitely heard a lot of concern about that. Look, it's one thing to have the view and the policies, the economic worldview has been tried. It has failed. It will not work. Just like the wealth tax they're trying to do in California. It's already failed because it's caused massive amount of wealth to flee California. It hasn't even been enacted and people are leaving. But we know if implemented, it will actually lose revenue because people change their behavior. So we know the policies that mayor ran on are not going to be successful. But I would say it takes it to another level when you show up in front of somebody's house and target them personally. That's taking it to a point where, is it reasonable to then think maybe this is someplace, maybe they don't want me around here. Maybe it's not someplace I was going. And I always get asked about different people that have moved. And just with Ken, I point this out because it's true. Yes, he brought jobs, business, all that, tax base, great, right? but he has given probably hundreds of millions of dollars philanthropically to organizations in Florida, which if he wasn't a Florida resident would probably give him somewhere else. And so I'm happy to take that generosity, and if these people want to scare off more folks like that, you can come to Florida and you'll do well.
He's given a lot of money to New York City philanthropically too. I'm wondering, will Brickell, which is the big road in Miami, become the next Wall Street? I know a lot of people are moving down there.
So, I've had people tell me, like, if you look 25 years from now, you'll see Miami be, have a larger role in all this. And that may happen. I mean, look, New York City has been the epicenter of finance in this country for over a century. That's not something that just gets unwound overnight. When people are not happy with the current mayor, I'm not seeing necessarily big banks say we're leaving New York, but their growth strategy is maybe grow more in Texas or maybe grow more in Florida. So I think you'll continue to see that. And you and I were talking about it beforehand, but just politically, if you don't like the direction the city has gone with, like, the current mayor, the problem is that the people who get alienated by that and leave tend to be the voters you would need to try to turn it around. So you end up really doubling down on that. And so if that keeps happening, I do think you're going to continue to see more and more movement. But Miami's had a great run. It's a great city in many respects, but don't sleep on Palm Beach and what's happened in West Palm. I mean, Stephen Ross has done a lot to expand that downtown. We're putting a lot of money in for infrastructure. It's a different speed than Miami, but it's very good quality of life as well.
You think it might be?
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking at this event in Beverly Hills, talking about the increased role that Florida could play into the future. So we'll continue listening into that. We're out of time here on Florida Live, but we'll keep listening into that. We are also standing by for President Trump, who's going to be holding a small business summit at the White House. That's scheduled for around 3 o'clock, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that as well. We're out of time here on Florida Live. Our live streaming news coverage continues, though, on Fox Local, so you can keep it right here for that.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I want to let you know we are standing by waiting for President Trump's Small Business Summit event at the White House. He's supposed to speak, and we'll see what all he has to say. Obviously, talking a lot today about the Project Freedom, what they are calling an operation to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll be keeping an ear out and an eye out for that. We'll take you to the White House when that begins. Right now, though, let me get you back to Los Angeles, where Governor Ron DeSantis speaking about workforce readiness, talking about the economy in Florida, talking about a number of things here at this panel discussion at the Milken Institute's 2026 Global Conference. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
High school with certifications. We've expanded things like truck driving, commercial licenses. There's kids that will graduate high school on the Space Coast of Florida with certification in aviation mechanics who will go work for SpaceX, right? They're working for Elon Musk. So I'm supportive of traditional higher education. Our higher education has done well, our public institutions in Florida, compared to where they were 20, 30 years ago. But there's more than one way to acquire knowledge and skills that doesn't involve a 4-year brick and ivy university. So we've embraced vocational, and I think it's paid big dividends. And if I want a company to bring manufacturing to Florida, yeah, we have good tax, we have good regulatory, we have all that. Everybody knows that. But what about workforce? Are they going to be able to get the types of folks they need to power these businesses? And what we've shown is an ability to make that happen.
That's what I love about you. You actually answered my second question. Well, you know, my parents are vocational school people. My dad went to a vocational school in the Bronx. My mom did as well, secretary, mechanic. And it was a stepping stone from working class, or actually poverty, to the working class and the middle class. Is there any way that you can sort of, at the high school level, maybe provide scholarships for people to go into those vocational schools? Because what I found interesting is that they are AI proof. And some people, even after high school, could go to those vocational schools.
Yes. So first of all, we do that. We've doubled the number of apprenticeships. You could be high school or one of our state colleges, and you can be working at some of these businesses. We also work, school districts will work with companies, because, you know, Florida's a diverse state. Central Florida has certain things that Northeast Florida doesn't do, or different than Southern Florida. So you can tailor some people say it's going to do this. The reality is, if you are in a more white-collar position that is susceptible to automation, I think you are going to be more at risk than somebody who's got to go in and fix your pipes in your house or something like that. And in Florida, even before AI really started taking off, we were already seeing huge demand for that. So we've done that in both our state colleges and our high schools. And it's just something that I think we've got to do. We've got to do it nationwide. But it goes back to part of it's policy. Part of it's, though, social stigma. When I was growing up and I was going to high school, I was told, if you don't go to college, you're not going to be successful. You need a college degree to be able to succeed in this world. And I don't think that that was based on poor motivation. I think people wanted to set you on a course for success. But I think what it's done is it pushed a lot of students into traditional brick and ivy universities. Some of them went deep into debt. Many of them didn't end up getting the degree, and it actually wasn't the right decision. But they were told, well, if you don't do college, somehow you're lesser. You are not lesser. In fact, oftentimes that can be smarter to go a more vocational route than to do a degree in zombie studies and end up $100,000 in debt. It's just not something that you need. I think people are starting to get that more and more. And you see there's, the number of males that are going to college has declined in recent years. I don't actually think that's a bad thing. I think they're making rational decisions about where they need to acquire skills that can then apply to workforce. And there is an opportunity on those core skilled trades to become an entrepreneur. Tell you in Florida, you open up an HVAC company, you open up some of these small electric, you will do very well because the population's growing and there's demand for it.
I once heard you talk about the transformation of Florida from this, what it is today, which is a lot of wealth down there. You grew up in a working class area. How can you explain that? I mean, was that, it seems like it's night and day from when I remember Florida back in the 80s and what it's like today.
So I was growing up on the west coast of Florida in a town called Dunedin, and it was blue collar. My parents were blue collar. I was a baseball player. I get recruited by a number of schools, including where I ultimately went, Yale University. So I show up my first day as a freshman at Yale wearing jean shorts, a T-shirt, and flip-flops, because that's what Florida people did. That's not quite what they did up in New England. So it was a real culture shock, but that's kind of the Florida, that I grew up in. And in some respects, although there was a lot of great things about it, we did have a reputation for other things as well. And I think what's happened is we're no longer just about tourism and agriculture. I mean, that's what it was when I was growing up. For decades it was. We've become strong in finance. We've obviously done very well in defense over the years. Now aviation, aerospace, we're number one in that. There's no question. So that's been interesting, but this is a fact. Since I've been governor in 2019, more income has moved into the state of Florida than has ever moved into another American state in the entire history of the republic, even adjusted for inflation. And it's not really even close. Texas, I think, is second to us over this period, and we're 3 to 4x what moved into Texas. And Texas is an economic powerhouse, so it was really been a unique time, I think, in the history of the state, and the transformation, I think, really increases the potential for the state going forward.
Building a future-ready workforce involves affordability, obviously. Do you worry that Florida is becoming unaffordable for some of your residents?
Well, here's just the truth. I mean, what can government do to make the state affordable? What government can do, we do. We don't have an income tax. A state like California obviously has an income tax. We have a sales tax, but our sales tax is lower than California's, which is 9%. Ours is 6%, and we exempt groceries, medication, and baby items for poor people especially, which makes a difference. In-state tuition at Florida universities is the lowest in the United States. It's about $6,300 a year, and it has not gone up one penny since I've been governor. Now, if you look at like home prices have gone up everywhere since COVID. It's not just Florida, but you used to be able to move from Los Angeles, sell a house, and buy 3 times the house in Jupiter and probably still have money to spare. You can't really do that anymore. I mean, those values have gone up. Miami values have gone up. That's something I think the market works out. When it goes up quickly, there's usually a correction. The thing that we're working on now that I think will help people is how are people being pinched? Grocery, gasoline in California, I couldn't even imagine paying $6.30 a gallon. Florida is now over $4. It's the most it's been in probably 2 or 3 years. So people feel that. It's harder to afford a home because home prices have gone up. Taxes, though. The one tax that we're working on is the property tax. In Florida, we have this homestead system where if you live in Florida, you can homestead one of your properties. If you have multiple, you got to pick one. If you only have one, you should definitely homestead it. And it limits the valuation increases. But you still have people that have trouble with the property tax, especially if they bought at a high tax basis. So we're working on giving 100% exemption for homesteaded Florida residents. And that would basically recognize the fact that 2019, when I became, this is all local, none of it goes to the state, but local governments were taking in $32 billion in property tax revenue. This is all the services, schools, police, everything. Now they're taking in $60 billion. And so it's like, wait a minute. Yes, we've had population growth. Yes, we've had inflation, but that wouldn't put you at $60 billion. So would it be better to limit them ability to tax the homestead? They can still tax the Airbnb, the Canadians, the commercial like they're doing now, but it would help limit the growth of local government and then provide people a major, major break from doing it. I just have a problem with the idea you own a home and you got to keep writing a check to the government. It's an unrealized gain. They raise the value of your home and all of a sudden you owe more. And when do you actually own your home? So we're working on getting that on the ballot in November in Florida. Voters will have a chance to approve it. We're going to work it out. So we say, oh, you're not going to have this. Trust me, I know how to. We're going to work it out. We'll help the local governments get through. But it's doable in Florida. And I think that's the thing we can do the best. Look, I wish I could had a policy prescription to just lower the price of groceries in half. But Mandami wants to do the grocery stores. I know that's not the role of government.
No grocery stores.
It just wouldn't work, right? But the property tax, if that's something we can do to be beneficial, I think it'd be revolutionary.
Your budget is $117 billion. By contrast, I think New York City, not state, is $127 billion.
New York State is more than twice the budget of Florida, and we have almost 4 million more residents than New York.
If you're going to cut the property tax, how can you?
Well, we don't get any property tax. It's all local. Yeah. So basically, if you have property tax, the homestead's 30% of all the revenue. So if you just, and you may not be able to do it day one, maybe you but if you just did it, that's 30% of the revenue would stop, but that's still $15 billion more than they were spending in 2019 when they were spending $30 billion. So it could be done, and we have a big surplus. I'm willing to help the local governments get through, but I'll tell you, California did Prop 13, and that benefited a lot of people for a long time. I know they've tried to undo it since then, but that was a huge taxpayer revolt against rising property taxes. We're in a situation in Florida. I've got some places in Florida where property values have probably tripled since 2019. Well, this is a home you bought. You thought you were going to pay a certain amount of tax, and now you're paying a lot more. It also hurts the real estate transactions because if you're someone that's older, you got a big house, you want to downsize, well, buying that condo, you may have a higher tax basis, and you pay more tax for a smaller house. So people don't want to do it.
All right, I shouldn't have bought in South Carolina. I should have went down there if you're going to lower my property taxes. But I want to switch gears a little bit. You're on President Trump's committee to reform college sports. You and Randy Levine, I guess, are the chairman, vice chairmen of these things. The president's the chairman. College sports is crazy, the business side. I mean, this whole thing called name, image, likeness. Student athletes are staying in school for 7 years, making millions of dollars. It's depriving donor funds from other sports. I mean, it's a mess. Where do you think this goes?
I actually think we may be able to get something done. So, President, I said, are you going to do anything about NIL? And he's like, yeah, I want to. He's like, you should talk to Randy, help us out. So I got guys like Nick Saban and Urban Meyer and Condi Rice and some of these people. Randy knows a lot of people. So they got a great group together. We did an event at the White House and basically called for Congress to address, probably need an antitrust exemption to do it, but address eligibility. If you take a snap when you're 18, you ain't playing until you're 27. Transfer. You may get one transfer, but to be perpetually a free agent doesn't work, so fix the transfer portal. And then NIL should be, if someone wants to pay you to endorse their product or use your name, image, likeness, that's your business. But having a university collective where the athletes will go, hey, coach, I just threw for 300 yards. I need another $500,000. Oh, no? Okay, well, I'm going to transfer and go somewhere else. That doesn't work. And what's happened is exactly what you said. Donors now have to put in a lot more money. And so it used to be football would carry everything. Well, now football has become so much more expensive. Schools are cutting sports. You just saw Arkansas cut tennis. You're going to see more pressure on Olympic sports, other non-revenue sports. Like I played baseball for 4 years for Yale. And I can tell you most of the athletes I knew there were not playing professionally, although some of them did and had good careers. But I believe that athletics is an important part of learning how to fail, learning leadership, learning teamwork. And I just think it would be bad if all these sports wither on the vine. So those are really the issues. And I think they are getting some traction in the Senate. And if you end up getting 60 senators on board with it, then I think you'll get legislation through this year.
And your partner in crime, Randy Levine, tells me he thinks he has Democrats on this.
100%. I mean, think about it. You've got two Democrats.
This event continuing in California. We are still standing by waiting for President Trump to walk in and speak at this small business summit inside the East Room of the White House. So right now we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look inside the East Room of the White House. Any minute now, expecting President Trump to walk through those doors and begin this small business summit that he's holding there. So we will be we'll bring you his remarks when he does begin. Right now, though, let me get you back to Beverly Hills, California, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking at this event where he was talking a lot about not just workforce readiness, but a number of other topics as well. So let's go ahead and listen back in while we continue to wait for the president.
Optimistic. Now I'm cautiously optimistic. There's some more work that needs to be done, but I do think it's moving in the right direction. And so hopefully we'll be able to do it. And I think it'll be better for the integrity of the sports, and not just football, but all the other sports.
We're going to get the hook in a minute, or a few minutes, but I want to ask you, I think it'd be malpractice if I didn't. Your term ends in January. What's next for you?
I've never been asked that question before.
Sometimes it's the obvious questions that are the best, you know.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm somebody that I run through the tape. So I mentioned the property tax battle. That's going to happen in the next 6 months, right? I've got all these other things. And so we'll be very active all the way through January of 2027. And then we'll look to see kind of what we want to do. I've got a lot of people offering a lot of different things, saying you should do this, you should do that, and I appreciate it. But I also think that to take my eye off the ball of doing the job I've had for 7 years and the job I've been proud to have and have actually made a difference. I mean, look, I was a U.S. congressman for 3 terms. I've recovered from that experience entirely, trust me. I was a U.S. and I did more in 1 week as governor than I did as a hard work. I worked hard too, than I did in those 6 years. What we've been able to do to this day, people will come up to me. Thank you for saving my business during COVID. Thank you for giving the school choice scholarship. Thank you for the law enforcement. But whatever it is, you do have an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives. And I just feel like as long as I have time on that, just like Churchill, he was speaking at the Women's Temperance Society of London, and the head of the organization went up to him. And this was after he had won World War II and everything, had a long career. She said, Prime Minister, we have great regard for your statesmanship, but we are very disfavorable about your drinking habits. If you added up all the wine and brandy and whiskey you've drank, it would almost fill to the top of the ballroom. And Churchill looked up, saw there would be space left. He said, well, how much more to do and how little time to do it. So that's kind of my position.
So, are you going to run for president?
Who knows? Like, you never know. I'm 40. I'm in my mid-40s. 28, maybe beyond that. I think that there's a lot of runway. I think what I will be able to say just from our party, Republican Party, is who took a state that had more Democrats than Republicans by 300,000 when he got elected and now has 1.5 million more Republicans, who had a state that had $1 trillion economy, now has $1.8 trillion, who has a state that had some school choice, now universal, 50-year low in the crime rate. So we've got a good story to tell, and we're proud of the leadership we've been able to provide.
The most important question here for me, my family, spent some time in New Haven, obviously. Frank Pepe's the best?
Pepe's was my first ever experience with 10 out of 10 pizza, and it really changed I grew up in Florida eating Papa John's.
Oh.
So to go from Papa John's to Frank Pepe's.
And you're Italian.
It's a big deal.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Interesting conversation there. Covered a lot of ground at the Milken Institute Global Conference. There's a number of speakers with a national profile speaking at that conference. It began yesterday. It runs through Wednesday, I believe, again in Los Angeles. We are still standing by waiting for President Trump to begin speaking. I also want to play for you a little bit of a roundtable that Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz hosted earlier today in South Florida, where she was specifically focusing about housing affordability. We hear a lot of talk about the affordability crisis. That was one of the questions that was asked of Governor DeSantis in that event just a little bit ago. Here's what Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz said at this event earlier today.
Time in modern times in the state of Florida, because our housing costs are so incredibly expensive. Those of us who already own a home are facing massive utility bills, home insurance hikes. I can tell you that this crisis touches everyone, and it is a particularly generational problem. I can tell you that all 3 of my own young adult children are living at home following getting their college or graduate degrees, because too much of their income, if they were to try to rent, would be chewed up by their housing costs. You add utilities and, community association fees and so many other things that come with trying to deal with your housing costs, that you have nothing left. And so many people are having, particularly young people, they're forced into a situation where they have to move back home. Now, I will tell you that I am thrilled that my children are living at home, and we are happy to help them be able to save money so that they can one day buy a home. But I want to describe, I have a whole bunch of things I want to say here, but just to give you an idea, over the course of the last couple of decades, what has happened to housing costs. When my husband and I have been married for 35 years. When we got married, we closed on our home, our first home, just before we got married. And so we have been homeowners for our entire, nearly our entire adult life. And even on a very small starting salary back then, we were able to have enough to make mortgage payments. We didn't have help from family. We completely supported ourselves. Today, most young adults are in a situation where they're not sure whether they'll ever be able to afford a home. And if they can, it would be in their 30s or even later. And being able to build wealth, your most significant, important investment, and the product of your ability once you sell your home down the road in your life, that's the investment that generates the most revenue for you when you're going into retirement, and being able to make sure that you can sustain yourself. Everyone deserves the opportunity to live a middle-class lifestyle, not a lifestyle where you're just going to struggle every moment of your waking hours trying to figure out how you're going to piece it all together. And that is the reality right now for far too many people. It's insane. So I want to identify federal responses to this crisis. We need policies that will bring us results now, that will hold up for years down the road. Now, having lived in this community nearly my whole adult life, spent almost 40 years here, housing has always been expensive in South Florida, but making sure that we go from, and that's something that Senator Rich has really focused on particularly through her time on the county commission, that we go from NIMBY to YIMBY. NIMBY being not in my backyard, YIMBY being yes in my backyard, is absolutely critical. Because I'll tell you, I live in Weston, we have no affordable housing, zero. And the reason we have no affordable housing is because of NIMBY. There have been attempts, Nan and I know, we both live in Weston, there have been attempts, and this is not just in Weston, in communities across South Florida, where if you even hint at the possibility of not even building affordable housing, but converting communities into more affordable housing with income goals, so that you can ensure that at least a portion of affordable housing is possible, communities go up in arms. So we're going to talk about that today, and also a whole lot of the other obstacles, which include that there are folks in communities across South Florida who simply want to keep the height of buildings at these sort of old school, back in the day height, which is understandable because the character of a neighborhood is affected when you have a skyscraper that pops up in your community. That affects quality of life, it affects our environment, it affects the ability to view so much of the gorgeous landscape and coastline that we have, but people have to be able to afford to live. So we have to come together as a community with solutions. Now, I'm a proud member of the New Democrat Coalition in Congress. That is a group of center-left Democrats who in part look for solutions that we can bring people together to make sure we can address, particularly affordability, helping small businesses, and making sure that we strike a balance between protecting consumers and being able to have businesses and our residents thrive. We have a housing agenda of 14 bills that would lower household costs and housing costs, that would increase the supply of homes, get them to market faster, and give renters affordable options to call home. So those policy priorities are focused on boosting supply, incentivizing development, and positioning the government as a partner, not an obstacle, to put to good land use. Now, when I say incentivizing development, people...
So we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. As you see, we are still waiting for that small business roundtable to begin at the White House. You'll be able to watch that on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube channel. We've got a feed up for that, so you can watch that on there. If you're watching us right now here on Fox Local, stand by for Fox 35 Weather Plus with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer going to be hopping on here in just a couple of minutes. So thanks for joining us today. Been a busy day. We've tracked a lot of breaking news. We will have more news coming up in just a little bit. You can keep it here on Fox Local for the latest. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you in a bit.